Good afternoon, folks. My name is Real Blank Space. Here I am, being joined with the Viking princesses. We got a midget down here. Actually, you're taller, so you should stand. Here we go. Let's get a full screen going on. Today we will be playing.
Wait for me.
We will be playing Dungeons and Dragons. You gonna be nice? Yes. Oh, and dog. No jumping. Thank you to Fallen Angel Darth and to everybody who hosts. I appreciate it. I love you guys. Hope you're having a wonderful weekend. As you can see, I've got all the dinglings here. We do have an exciting family thing that's coming up next week. Who can tell the viewers what happens next week? What's getting delivered on Monday, Tuesday? So we are going to be adding 25 more baby chicks to our farm. And it's going to be hard work, right, guys?
15 plus 25?
16 plus 25.
16. We're going to put her in a little box.
We are. And I'm talking to Twitch right now. We may actually stream the chickies here at the house as they grow up for the next month or so you guys have something to watch. Kind of like that giraffe watch thing that they have. I thought it'd be pretty cool if we set up maybe a chickie cam. So, anyways... I'm going to get to playing some Dungeons and Dragons 81, here in about 5 minutes. 81 is not even close. 15 plus 25. 5 plus 5 is?
5 plus 5 is 10.
Carry the 1. So 2 plus 1 is?
2 plus 1 is 2 and 3.
Plus 1.
4.
What's 4 0?
40. 40 chickens. That's cuckoo.
40 chicken.
Wait, 60, not 50.
Yeah, but then you just add 1 at the end, man. 41.
Yeah.
Anyways, these guys are going to go with their mom. They're going to help out. They're going to do some cleaning. They've got some stuff.
No, why not?
See? Do you see why he doesn't get to come? Look at this.
No,
why not? See, look here. Get up here. All right.
I'm a cupcake star.
Up. So, can you guys all say bye so I can get going?
Bye. Have fun with DnD.
Thank you. That was very nice. Got anything you want to say?
Bye. DnD. DnD.
All right. Out of here.
No, I'm staying here.
Forever?
All right. I'm really going to climb you.
I love you.
Here?
No, there's nothing in there. See?
I'm still in here.
Nope.
I'm still going to climb you.
Hey. What we talk about? Legs down. Say goodbye to everybody.
Goodbye.
No, you know what you can do? You know what you can do real quick? Why don't you sing the Moana song so I can get... No. I want to get a video of it. Go ahead.
You've already did that one.
No. Come on.
Oh, no.
Come on. Sing right towards the microphone.
Okay.
All right. Just look there and just sing. I'll start you off. Ready? I've been... Go ahead. Right towards...
I've been staring at the angelic water long as I can remember, never really knowing why. I wish I can be the perfect daughter, but I come back to the water, no matter how hard I try. Every turn I take, every trail I track, every path I make, every road leads back to the place I know where I cannot go, where I long to be. See the light, see the sky, see the sea, it calls me. No one knows how deep it goes. It seems like it's calling up to me, so come find me. And they'll know how far I'll go. No.
All right, give me a hug. It's okay.
You can sing the whole song.
No, she just sang a part of it. All right, you're out of here. Go give Mom a hug for me, okay? Excuse me.
Daddy, you know I told
Goodbye.
Mom.
Goodbye.
Maybe I
Goodbye.
should be a cupcake baker. Maybe I should be a coffee baker. Let's go play.
Bye-bye. Close my door, please. All right, let's adjust this. Now got a clip that I can save. Hooray. Yay. Test. Microphone.
I hear ya.
Oh.
Hello, sir.
Let me try to fix that. Can you say something again?
Me?
Anybody? There we go.
Testing, yeah. Blah, 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 blah.
Wah.
Hey, I know that name. She's super famous on Twitch. I saw it the other night. Wow.
Celebrity status now. Right?
Woo! Let me tell you.
I mean, I hope to get up to like what? How many followers do you have?
Oh, dude. My follower,
Like insane.
my follower count goes down continuously. It's sad, actually.
So does mine. I'm like -4.
Yeah.
Well, Don is a retired streamer, so.
I am.
Don, do you mind if I ask you a personal question?
Sure.
At the peak of your streaming, how much were you making a month?
Oh, that's something I can't say publicly, but
Okay.
I can tell you that at one point of my streaming career, I had hundreds of subscribers, and people kind of do their own rough math, and I was also getting donations, and I was also getting other things from developers. So if you are what I consider a B tier Twitch streamer, now if we're gonna talk,
Is that what you were?
no, I was.
Were you B tier or higher?
I was higher than that, but let's just take the smaller. You can make a comfortable living of, I don't know, 20 to 30,000 a year on Twitch, pretty easy.
Okay.
I'm not saying that that's what I was making, but
Right.
let's see here.
Yeah, you can't really disclose that stuff.
Oh no, if you can, I didn't even know that was a thing, but I totally understand. I was just curious, was all.
Oh, I'll totally tell you when we're not I'm streaming live, therefore I can.
Right.
But I'll totally give you an idea of what that looks like when I'm not streaming.
All right.
Alright, so it looks like y'all are here since you're talking away.
No, we're all gone.
Nobody's here.
Nobody's here.
We're in hiding. We're hiding behind a tree.
All right, are you going? Are you going?
The recap will be beginning, yes.
Okay. My name is Real Blank Space. This is episode 5, Princes of the Apocalypse campaign. This is D&D on the weekend, and you are now getting filled in thanks to our DM. Go for it.
So last week, you guys went back to town after the encounter with the necromancer. Rested up, headed back out. As you were heading down the pathway there was an area of the ground that collapsed into a tunnel. One of the townsfolk's children fell inside, and Chromagus jumped down and helped him out. Wasn't any harm done to either the child or to Chromagus. The townsfolk were pretty concerned about it and pretty insistent that you guys check it out and protect them from whatever might be lurking below, but the party as a whole pretty much said, fuck you townsfolk, we have a necromancer to kill, and they bounced. Got back to the cave, necromancer was there ready and waiting. Some conversation ensued where the necromancer tried repeatedly to get the party to leave. The party said, no, fuck you, we're going to kill you, and proceeded to do so. The fight was pretty brutal. Both Chromagus and Ilmac went down at one point or another. But in the end, all the skeletons and zombies were felled, and the necromancer retreated. Once he got back near his sanctum, he was offered the opportunity to surrender and took it, and was then butchered anyway. The party has then finished acquiring all his goods and headed back to town. And that is where we resume this week.
You have a party of butchers. So awesome.
It's not true.
Oh, well, some of us.
Alright, so I'm
are-
sharing
are-
the sheet for the town. Did everyone receive it, even though you can no longer see the entire town?
Yes.
Yes.
Correct, yes.
The rest of the town fell off the map. What do we do, guys? Damn it.
It's slowly coming into view as we walk forward.
Who'd have thought vision actually expands?
So these are the areas you can pretty much see at this point. Before I give you the details of what you see as you near the town.
Question.
Actually, and to step back just a second.
Yeah.
is not actually at 0. He's at 20. So he is conscious but extremely wounded.
It's a quick kind of question. So what was that? Lance Rock. That was to the west?
I think it's to the east. Let me bring up the map.
I hate to be stickler. What's going on?
I have terrible notes, so I don't remember.
Of all the maps not to have up, that would be one I do not. So I will continue to explain this because it's not going to change
fine.
anything
Sorry to
either way
interrupt.
as I look for the map. So as you're nearing the town, Lance Rock was to the southwest. As you're coming into the town, you see, well, you would actually be coming in from the other side, but it's not relevant for this particular part. You see a lot of smoke over the town, and not like chimney smoke, more like burning
It's been rated smoke.
buildings. I wouldn't go that far because it's not widespread. It's mostly around the town center that you can see it, and it looks like it's probably coming from somewhere between 1 and 3 buildings. And as you get a little closer, you can also hear screams and some sounds of battle.
I'm going to take off running towards the sounds of battle.
Huh?
Being that Ilmac is carrying Cro-Magus,
He does not have to carry him anymore. Chromatic
that's
is
right.
conscious.
That's right. Alright then, I guess I'm right behind Ragnath.
I'll even put you in from the left side. Tokens are going to be really big until I fix them here because this is not a
Combat map.
combat map.
Until now. Dun dun.
Till the party said, "Fuck you, townfolk."
I think that was just kind of me, and everyone else just
Yeah, that was you.
for the ride.
I'm pretty sure Cro-Magnus is the instigator in all of this.
All right, so you are all essentially wherever you want to be here. You will be along the road somewhere. If you choose to branch off at that point, that is certainly up to you.
Sarah.
Yeah. Yes. Sorry about that.
Sarah's got a squeeze toy in her mouth, just her fun thing to do. And
Gotta do what you gotta do.
Funny things. I'm not judging. I'm not judging.
All right, so are y'all gonna advance up the street? I know Ilmac said he's charging forward, nearly dead.
Ragnath is, charging forward.
How about not charging forward? How about taking our time and seeing what we see and, I don't know.
I would say, as what's going on here to the party, that I would normally like to be towards the front, but given my condition, I think it's one
Speaking of your
for me
condition,
to be up there.
can't you just sit there and gurgle a little? Just that makes me happy. Okay.
Okay.
So you can see this. It's kind of like a giant praying mantis, but it's digging out of the ground here on the side that you guys are approaching. And you can't actually see the one that's in the section up to the north, but based on two things. One, the screams and the sounds of battle from up there, but for two, you also see a stream of acid shoot out from somewhere behind the shrine and slam into the swinging sword, which is already on fire, and now the acid causes even more of it to start to catch on fire as it's knocking over all kinds of stuff as walls melt. Those two things are significant and scary enough in their self, and the one nearest you actually has a lady's legs dangling out of its mouth as it finishes gulping her down.
Holy fuck.
So there is that, which also is a consideration, but probably the part that catches your attention more than anything is about 60 feet above the hole in the ground, there is a giant vulture with a man on its back. And as you guys are coming up, you see him tossing little beams of ice down in the general direction of or at the giant praying mantis-like creatures burrowing up.
All right.
Oh, so the dude riding the vulture is fighting the praying mantises. Okay.
It
From
does
what we
indeed
can
appear.
tell.
Okay.
There is not much of a resistance left from the townsfolk themselves. There are bodies pretty much, I'd say strewn, but it makes it sound like there's a ton. There's probably, that you guys can see, 10 corpses between the outlying houses here and then all the way over to the hole. There's probably 10 corpses, or 10 bodies. You can't say they're sure they're dead, but 10 people laying on their ground between that distance. And that is where we will begin initiative before we decide what to do in turn order.
So, okay. So at this point, you're forcing us into initiative because I was going to.
You are going into initiative. You're not necessarily going into combat. They're not the same thing. So I'm putting you in initiative because I want you to act in initiative order.
Question. When we leveled up, at the very end, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do you gain a hit die when you level up, or do you have to complete a long rest, or?
No, I'll give you one for leveling up. You will not gain the increased spell slots or access to higher tier spells because you won't have those spell slots until you complete a long rest, though. Typically, you would level up on a long rest to remove those considerations, but not
Sure, I
this time.
don't. I did not have spell slots left, so I'm gonna X them all out.
I'm pretty sure nobody did.
I'm gonna go back and. There's no easy way to delete health dice temporarily other than rolling them, right? So I'll just not use them, I guess. That's fine. Trying to see if there's any easy way to track it, but
Yeah, I don't
forget
really see
later.
a way to remove them out of there.
Oh, sorry. Never. I can't even. Or can I?
There you go.
Oh, perfect. So you said you can give us the one, so that would have been what?
Yeah, you do have, for you, it would be whatever class you just gained. So you just gained a level of cleric, so you'd have one.
Oh, there you go. All right, thanks. All right. Well, if we had a chance. Oh, no. Go ahead, Astrid.
All right, is it actually my turn? Are we done?
Yeah, we are in initiative order, so if you're doing any activity, you will be doing it in the order you're listed.
All right. So
Again, that doesn't mean you have to be in combat, but I just want you to take your turns in order.
there's 2 of these grasshopper things.
Well, you presume so. You see one in front of you, and you're pretty sure, based on the stream of acid, there is either one of these or some other creature in the road, the long road on the north side.
Which I'm sorry. Where is the what direction is the acid shooting? Or is it all directions?
It shot from
Like
like that.
towards us? Okay. Awesome. So just the one creature? Because I see this other creature here.
Correct. You do not see the one that's on the long road north. You only see the one that's in front of you. But you can presume that there is one of them or something else on the north side of the long road.
So I see this one, correct?
I don't. The red arrow pointing? Yes.
Yeah. Ink keg too. All right. Can I climb a tree? Or would that use my action?
Yeah, sure. It would use your action, but well, it depends on how high up a tree you want to go.
Can I stand on a shrubbery?
Okay, I don't know what you're trying to accomplish with it, but you can stand on a shrub. I mean, you can get to the lowest branches of a tree, but you would only be about 10 feet up.
I think since she was in my last game and I give an advantage for someone standing on a tree stump, that she's trying to take advantage of that.
All right. I don't know. Can I move? I don't know how far I'm moving here, really, honestly. Or does it matter?
It's about 60 feet from where Ragnath is. No, it's about 100 feet from where Ragnath is to the Nkeg 2.
Okay.
So that distance is about 100 feet.
I whisper every while, man, if we only knew what this was, shouldn't have left town. And I kind of look around like it wasn't my fault that we left out.
All right, I think my crossbow goes to 120 feet, correct?
So you're
I
using
did-
the hand crossbows?
Yep.
Yeah, it does go to 120, but short range, so you don't have disadvantage, is 30. So if you shoot at them from here, you will be shooting at disadvantage.
All right.
Or you could pull out your bow, which I think has like
Oh, yeah.
150.
150. Yep.
Wait, how far away is it from us? I'm sorry.
It's that arrow marks 100 feet.
I mean, how far? Oh, okay, gotcha.
Okay. So we definitely know these ink kegs are evil, so we're going to kill them, I guess. I don't know.
Well,
if
just for point of clarity, you don't actually know whether they're evil or not. You do know that they are combatants.
Okay. Wait.
Now, for
didn't
you, in
I-
your mind, that may mean the same thing. I just wanted to be clear that you don't actually know if they're evil or not. You just know they're attacking the town.
You don't know
Alright.
proper.
You don't actually know what happened in the last 8 hours or so since you left, so you don't know how they got here or what they're doing or why they're attacking.
I don't think I have speak with.
Though the guy did just swallow a person fairly whole, so there is that.
Okay. All right. So that. Yeah. I
Yeah, he
guess
was
I
hungry.
could make an assumption, but I mean, all right. What if I say, "Hey, grasshopper, um, like, are you hungry? I mean, why are you attacking the town?" See if he responds.
Well, this one closest to you looks your direction. He did not appear to be paying any attention to you before. He does now indeed actually care that you're here, but he doesn't like talk to you or anything.
Forgot to roll initiative on that. I mean, if it's okay with the party, as long as the death is not on my hands, I think we'll go ahead and kill this grasshopper. Sound good? Silence? Why do I have silence?
Go ahead.
Yeah, who cares?
Alright.
Arrows away.
Or javelins.
Are you
Okay,
going
I'm
to
gonna-
choose to go with your longbow once or your hand
Yeah.
crossbow twice at disadvantage?
I'm going to drop my crossbow and pull out my longbow.
Well, you didn't actually have a weapon in hand, so you don't have to drop it. You can just draw the
Okay.
other.
Awesome. I'm gonna go with the longbow. Go for this one. Yes.
Well, your arrow sinks in pretty heavily, and I don't know if you guys took note, but I changed the status bars to bars so that you could kind of tell they were already injured from the ongoing battle.
Yeah, I noticed.
Okay, I'm done with that. Wait, did I end my turn in combat tracker? I can't tell. I
That's
clicked
because
it.
it's not set to you.
Oh.
There you go.
Thank you.
Who's Persephone?
That's up to Asher to introduce.
This is Persephone. She is my little.
Oh my God.
little-
Oh,
That is
well.
that's Persephone.
Alrighty.
She's my my little friend.
Oh, well, let big ass Persephone go deal with these insects now, won't we?
When I was on the brink of death, back in those caves, I saw 8 glowing eyes at me, and it was Persephone whispering to me that she was there, and she came out when we were exiting the cave. She followed us. She followed us home. So, or to Red Larch. It's not really home,
Alright, guess we got a spider now following us.
but she's my little Spidey companion. All right. What can Persephone do? What's her movement?
Can we get Persephone on the party sheet? Maybe?
She is, isn't
No,
she?
Persephone will not be on the party sheet.
Oh, she was a good party member though.
She can move 40. So she was like back here.
Okay, and this isn't to scale, correct?
No. No, that red
No,
line.
Kyle, you are in fact not the size of a house.
Well, I mean, just like trying to figure out how far we're able to move.
Right.
Just fudge
Well,
it.
you can assess it based on the line. Like I said, that is 100 feet, that line.
So you need to, if you want to, you have like what 30 movements, so move like roughly a third of it.
Alright, Persephone's just gonna move up. As far as she can, which I think is about there. And we're just going to end her turn. Nope, sorry. Okay.
And you see this individual on the back of the giant vulture launch down another array in a direction towards where you saw the stream of acid come from. You can't say for sure, again, what he's shooting at, but you can fairly deduce. And he lets out a little curse, but you don't really see anything else happen. Ragnar.
All right. Well, I'm taking the dashing action, and I want to prop up like behind this house, but I have enough movement to get there.
Yep, should be fine.
That'll end my turn.
And this guy just disappears as he drops back down his hole. The vulture continues to circle around.
Okay, well, yeah, I'm gonna move right up here, and if that thing pops up anywhere near us that I can hit it, I will hit it with a firebolt, and that will be my turn.
There we go, Mac.
Okay. Ilmac's going to turn to Chromagus and point to his staff and like just kind of give him like a knowing nod and just say like when you get him in it, just implying that he wants him to use it on him. And then Ilmac is going to, since I have 40, about how close could I move? About there.
You just want to move the 40?
Yeah.
That's about right.
And can I look down in the hole? Like, is that going to take my action, or am I close enough to the hole?
You can come close to seeing it, but what you could tell from here is that you can't see down the hole anyway. It's like the hole just closes back around him. It's not like a magical closing and it's just smooth dirt or anything. You can still see the mound. It's just as he tunnels, he puts the dirt up behind him, so it displaces it into the area he was before.
Got you. Okay, so as to not be reckless and run for it, I'm just going to stop here for the time being and just I'm going to ready it. Can I ready an action to either hit something with my maul if it's close enough, or throw a javelin if something's too far away?
No, it would have to be one or the other. You could ready with a javelin to hit a target though, and you can use a javelin in melee, so that would kind of cover both.
Okay, I'll do that then. I'll just ready a javelin to anything that I see if anything comes up before my next turn.
All right. Chromagus.
Oh, go ahead and looks like the staff still got 3 charges on it. I will move close as I can. Gilmax probably over 30, looks like, but 40 to 50. So
Yeah, he's probably about 40 from you right now.
so I can't reach him. So I'm just. I think I gotta use it myself. Otherwise, I'm pretty useless.
You should use it on yourself.
I will go ahead and do so.
Hey, let's go.
Nice.
That is it for me. Duck the chart.
And Astrid.
Oh, my turn already. Wow, that was quick. Hey. I'm going to move up. Say that's probably 30 feet.
Hey guys, how did the sound?
I would imagine.
Can you hear them? I feel like Sarah's really quiet.
I'm going to shout to the knight on the giant vulture. Hey, what's going on here?
He looks your direction, and just yells back, "Friend or foe?"
I would yell back, friend.
Friends, plural, plural.
Like friends. Well, you know, I don't know about all of us, but yes, friends. Zaza.
And that's as far as the conversation goes from his side.
And then I would ask again, what's going on here? Come on.
It's kind of easy to deduce what's going on here.
Well,
He said, "I'm helping the town in their time of need."
what can we do to help?
You can't really tell for sure from this direction or this distance, but you're pretty sure he looks at you like, "What the fuck? You can kill the bugs."
Where did they go?
You see the same as I see?
Got any tips for us? I mean, you've been doing this.
I only arrived a few minutes ago myself. Best I can say is don't get ate and watch for their acid spit.
Gotcha. Thanks. Is there any way I can determine where the bugs are? I mean, do we have a shovel? We can start digging for them. Like,
I think that would be pretty redundant.
You could indeed try to dig for them, although you wouldn't have the action to do it this turn if you would like. Like I told him, you can tell where they were because the earth is still displaced. Like if you had dug a hole and filled it back in, you could still tell where the hole was dug at. It's the same situation here. But aside from that, you do not know where they are.
Right. It's very obvious that they are extremely fast diggers. So I think.
Well, no, actually, to that, they're not as fast as you would deduce that some creatures could be. I mean, they can dig fast enough to get away, but the speed at which it displaced Earth compared to its body, you figure it probably does not dig super fast.
Okay.
I'm going to light a torch and stick it in the hole.
Well, that would just be sticking it in the dirt because there's not actually a hole down.
I thought you said he went into his hole.
No,
He did, but he displaces Earth as he moves. Thus, the hole just fills in behind him.
Right.
Well, never mind then. Anyone got a grenade? Yeah.
Isn't there still a hole where this dude's flying? Isn't he flying on top of that hole? Can we see that from here?
Yeah, you can still tell where the mud cave-in thing happened before he is indeed flying above it.
Well, let's head that way.
All right. Yeah, I'm going to wait, I have a question here. Can I ready like a spell? Sorry.
Yeah. It depends on what you're trying to do. Spells can be ready though, yes.
I wanted to ready ensnaring strike, if possible.
You can. Just remember that if nothing comes for you to use it on, you still lose the spell slot.
Oh, I see. But I can cast it like if there's something there, like on my.
Yeah,
next
as long as
turn.
the target comes up between now and the start of your next turn, you would be able to use it.
Okay. All right, then I think I'm gonna wait on that then, and I'll just move
Although I
forward.
think Ensnaring Strike has a 1 minute duration, right? If that is the case.
I think it's a 1 minute concentration. I think.
Let me see. One bonus.
Yeah, so you wouldn't actually even need to ready it. You could just use a bonus action to cast it, and then you've got it for a minute, and then ready an action to attack if you see something if you wanted to go that route. Again, I mean, if nothing appears within a minute, you would lose it, but, that's up to you.
Well, I'll save it. I think I'm gonna save it until, if that sounds correct. I don't know. I don't know about spells yet, but I think I'm gonna save it until I see something, so I
Okay.
don't lose it. I only have one spell slot left, so I think so. Unless we took a long rest, which I don't think we did. But
We
Indeed,
did.
you
It
did
was
not.
short.
okay, let me end my turn. Persephone is up. I'm going to move her closer. And does she have any skills she can detect? And Persephone, she cannot. Can't. No, actually. Can she lay? Can she lay her own web?
Only very limited. She's a trapdoor spider, so she doesn't really use webs the same as a typical spider does.
Gotcha. Yep, that's true. All right. All right. And she doesn't. She has a web sense, but there's no webs around, so. All right. I guess we'll end her turn. Sorry, guys. I'm boring you. All right.
Well, there's not much to be done right now, so
He just continues to ride around on his vulture, watching for things.
We're waiting to be hunted. This is.
Alright, I'm going to take another dashing action and hit here-ish. I'm just gonna keep
Okay.
on posting myself up behind the houses, taking a look around, seeing what I can see, essentially.
Kyle can't move further than that. It seems like he was pretty modest with that movement, especially for a dash. But I mean, I don't know.
Well, I was right here.
Yeah.
This line is 100 feet.
Yeah, I mean, he
So-
probably would have another 10 feet or so, but he couldn't get to the next house. So if he
Gotcha.
wants to post up behind a house, that's kind of the one he'd have to settle for.
Okay, I got you.
That'll end my turn.
All right, so the giant vulture is continuing to circle around in the sky here. And it's not stationary right there. It's more doing this right here. Because
Oh,
it
wait,
doesn't have the ability to just levitate. So then just letting you know what it's actually doing. But it's still staying about 60 feet off the ground.
Okay. Wasn't Home Dude riding it? Or
He is riding it, yes.
Okay.
So the big grasshopper, as he's referred to recently, pops out of the ground near you, Kyle.
I get my shot, yeah?
Yep.
Yeah, I was gonna say, can I? Is it out of range of my javelin or?
It will be at longer range, so you'll do it at disadvantage, but you can shoot, yep.
All right.
Or throw, I guess, in your case. Yep, your firebolt slams into the side of him.
Did that kill it?
Singes him a bit, but he's still standing.
Alrighty then, javelin out.
That is a hit.
Good lord, what was my advantage roll?
Rolled a 20 on the other one.
Oh, so I would have crit.
Yep.
God damn.
And your javelin sinks in, but again, he's heavily injured here, but he is not dead. So he rears his head back and spits out a stream of acid in your direction, Kyle. It's hard to discern for sure if he was aiming directly at you. It looks like he may have been aiming as much at the house as at you, but you are in the stream all the same.
Alright.
You still have the dodge effect on you. You saved either way because you rolled the same thing twice.
Nice.
And the acid definitely burns, but no, it doesn't kill you. It's just quite painful. And you do notice that the wall on the side of the building that you're on starts to melt away.
Alright.
And there's a couple people inside screaming as they run out the other door, but nothing really comes of that.
Okay, so gonna move up. I don't know. There. That good enough?
Nope. Okay. Yeah, you can move there.
Can
I
I?
don't know what you're trying to do, so
No, I just want to move just 30.
you can move that far. Yeah.
Okay. All right. And same deal.
And your little bolt of fire comes out and slams into the side of his carapace, but doesn't seem to punch through.
Huh. All right. I'm going to curse under my breath. It'll be the end of my turn.
There you go, Mac.
Can I get to him in one turn without dashing?
No. You can get close, but you can't get to him. You can move up into range to throw a javelin without disadvantage, though.
Right, but I don't. I'm trying to get Cro-Magus closer to me so he can use the staff, so I can actually, go in.
Well, you can throw the javelin from here at disadvantage again.
Shoot. How much closer would I have to get? How much closer would I have to get to?
You would need to move most of your movement to not be at disadvantage.
Crap.
Right about, probably right in front of, actually probably about on par with Astrid, so maybe a third, actually probably closer to half of your movement.
So if I were to use half my movement and then Cro-Magus use all of his, would he be in range of the staff? To use the staff?
Probably, because it's got a 30-yard range, so.
Okay, well then I'll do that. I will come up next to Astrid then, and toss that javelin. Javelin number 2 away. And I'm not at disadvantage. Okay.
Correct, you are not at disadvantage.
Awesome.
And damage.
And it slides through his carapace with ease, and he falls to the ground twitching.
Go
Cool.
Ilmac. All right. Awesome.
Alrighty, I'm done.
All right, I'll move as I can in Ilmac's direction, and then I'll look to him to see if he still wants to be healed.
Absolutely.
All right, if I see a nod, I'll go ahead and use another.
Oh my god! Whatever, it's something.
And that's it for me.
Wow, you rolled a 1. Oh my god.
That's still 5 more HP than I had before, so.
Oh. Alright, I'm gonna move up. And that's all I can do for now.
Well, the Feather Guild Knight gives a salute in your direction, Ilmac, and says, "Nice throw," and kind of more of the party as a whole. Good job there on that grasshopper, and he kind of continues to fly around in circles, keeping an eye out.
Alright, I'm gonna step out from the building and step up to the next one and call out, asking if he sees any further ones or where does he need us to go.
Well, you can deduce by the fact he hasn't actually attacked that he does not, in fact, see anymore. But if you ask him anyway, he will say as much.
Okay. I'm gonna ask him if he needs us to do anything specifically.
Maybe 10 to those who are down, lest they perish for sure. And as you've moved up further, you can see that a number of the people on the ground here, some of them are still alive, some are not. Most of them have acid burns over the majority of their body.
Okay.
There is one person near you who is only half a person. He was bitten clean in two at the waist.
Okay. How far can I make it from there? Can I make it to like
Yeah,
near
you
the
move up
area
there.
with all the people and just start using my medicine pack to kind of
Well, there's
stabilize the
people
people?
all along the way, so you wouldn't need to move up to there. There's people, like I said, there's about 10 people between Ilmac and that hole all along. They're not like piled on top of each other or anything, so you would have to, tend to them as you went along. So there
Oh,
are
okay.
people near where you're at that you could tend to. You don't need to move up to the hole.
Then yeah, I'm gonna start tending to the people who are near me and
All
start.
right, go with medicine check.
Can I just use my medicine pack?
Yeah, if you want to use charges from it, you certainly can.
I'll go ahead and use a charge.
All right.
So healer's kit.
So as best you can determine, that leaves about 4 people who you're pretty sure are, at least at this point, still alive.
Okay, so how many charges did I use from there?
Well, it uses 1 charge at a time, so that would have been 1. I don't know what else you've used it with since you bought it, though.
I've used it to stabilize Elmec, so I've used 2. That's fine.
All right.
I just want to make sure that I keep track of how many uses it has.
Yeah, it has 10 default, so.
Yeah. All right. And that takes my full action and everything, right?
Correct. Well, I mean, you probably still have another 10 feet or so of movement if you wanted it, but your action is used, yes.
All right. As far as the next person in line that
You can go either back towards Astrid or towards the hole. There's somebody within 10 feet of both directions.
I'll go more towards the hole because we have people back there who can see what I'm doing and possibly do the same thing. I don't know. Hoping. Not on my turn.
All right, Mac, you do notice one of the individuals on the ground near you coughs up a little blood and stops breathing. Vulture continues its circling motion.
Rip.
So you determine that there are probably, best you can assess, 3 people currently still alive.
Let's see. We'll probably come to about here, right? Full
Yeah,
movement.
you can move that far.
Gonna be not directly on the middle of the road here. I don't have a healing kit, so are there some of the alive people still here?
Yep, there are still 3 people who are alive in this range between you. I'll say that there is 1 somewhere near you.
You just
Actually, at
make a
this
mess.
point, to make it easy, we'll put 1 near Aridin, 1 near Astrid, and then 1 a little bit ahead of Ragnath, are the 3 that you believe to still be alive.
All right. Well, other than Ragnath, has anyone else said anything about trying to save these people? Like, has Aridin heard you guys be like, "Hey, help him," or are we just kind of marching our way through
Well,
town?
other than that, the Feathergale Knight did say to assist the people so they don't perish when he was asked by Ragnath if there's, basically to direct you guys on what would be most beneficial.
Okay. All right. Gonna murmur a couple words to myself in Elvish, I guess, and I'm gonna try and help the closest person that I can. I don't know. Use some of their.
All right, if you have a medicine kit, you can use a charge or not as you see fit. If you
I
do
don't.
not or choose not to use a charge, then you can just roll medicine.
No, I do not have a kit, so just roll medicine, yeah.
Yep.
Yes.
Be nice, dice.
Yep, you tend him and his breathing kind of levels out. You're able to give him the best attention you can, trying to be careful not to cause any more of his skin to melt away, as he is pretty heavily melted at this point, but he is still alive.
I took my action, right? I can't ready anything.
Correct.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, so just to confirm, wounded person 1 is near Ragnath, wounded person 2 is being taken care of by Aridin, and wounded person number 3 is closer to Astrid.
Yeah, the one near Aridin can be considered stable, so he is no longer consideration, the same as the second one near Ragnath.
Right. Well, then Ilmac is going to take the dash action. since he's going to assume that Astrid's going to help one closest to her, and he already sees two people being tended, the other two being tended by Aridin and Ragnath. So, can I make it to the hole if I dash from where I'm at?
No, you can make it to about where Ragnath is at.
All right, and then I will just stop by next to Ragnath and just pull out my hammer, or draw my hammer and just I'm not necessarily ready in action. I'm not readying in action, but I'm just like looking around for danger, just being on the the lookout, and that's it.
All right. I'm not sure if he called out to Astrid to help that person, but I would be dashing towards Astrid as much as I possibly could, looking to help that person and calling out for someone to help that person.
That's a lot of that person, so I'm hoping they were all directed at the same person, because otherwise I have no fucking clue who you just said to help. But
Same
you
person.
can move your 60 feet.
I would point
What's that direction?
towards you, the one that was near you. And that's it for me.
Alrighty, Astrid.
Okay, I'm going to tend to the... know where they are.
Yeah, they're right near you. You don't need to move to get
Okay.
to them, at least not substantially. And then again, if you have medicine check, then, or if you have a healer's kit, you can use it. Otherwise, give me a medicine check.
In the chat or tower?
Yeah. No, I'm not Brian.
Okay.
Wow. Hate be
The
real.
hatred is real.
Sorry.
know.
I opened it up for that. And
Okay, yeah, you bandage this one up a bit. This one has a huge bite on his shoulder, but you stopped the bleeding, at least mostly, and he looks like he will probably survive.
okay.
Actually, as you attend him, though, as I said, all the others so far look like they had the acid spit on them, the same as what Ragnath had. This guy, like I said, he obviously has a bite because there's a huge set of teeth, that covers like from his elbow to his shoulder and halfway around his chest. So these things have pretty big mouths. But what you notice that may prove useful to you in the future, the area where his teeth sink in is also somewhat melted, as if there had been acid there. So probably his saliva, even in a bite, is probably acidic.
Oh boy.
Lovely.
So he's kind of contaminated, is what you're
Lovely
saying.
creatures.
Like
No, he's stable, and you feel he'll be fine at this point. I'm just essentially giving you character-based knowledge that the Ankeg's bite has acid as a damage type as well.
Gotcha. Okay. If they're not healed, can it the acid?
But any of these who the acid will no longer. It doesn't have a lingering effect. It just
Okay.
has the initial, part of their skin melted away from the acid.
Gotcha. Thanks. Okay. All right. And I'm looking around, seeing if there's any signs of the ground rustling for the other grasshopper.
Give me a perception check
Sure.
at disadvantage.
Oh.
You do not notice anything specific.
Okay. Alright, so I am going to move up. I think I still have move left. And move up to about here, 30 feet-ish. Alright.
All right.
Persephone is going to follow me. She's gonna move up a tiny bit farther. She's got 40. Alright, and actually, can she climb up on this house? I mean, I don't know how big she is. Let me see.
Well, I mean, she can climb anything, essentially.
Okay, so I'm gonna have her. Well, if she jumps down, will she injure herself?
She would, but she could just climb back down the side of the wall as well.
Alright, I'm gonna have her climb up on this little house here.
All right.
Do I need to roll anything for that?
No.
Okay, alright. And she's done. She's just getting ready here.
No, spiders have a spider crawl perk where they can climb even upside down without having to make a check.
Sweet.
Yep, she can go wherever she pleases. The knight, he circles around a bit more, but you can see him take the reins on his vulture, whereas before he had kind of let it do its own thing. He does now direct it over this way and has it come and land over here.
I'm gonna double back a little bit. There's one person in front of me, correct?
Yes, there's one person between you and the hole.
Alright, I will stabilize them, and then I will double back towards the knight.
All right.
I will move my whole movement.
The knight is, like I said, he is landed on the ground at this point. He's still
Right.
on his giant vulture, but the vulture is landed.
I'm gonna call out basically greetings. And see if he needs any assistance doing anything, or
You do notice that both him and the vulture are unwounded, so from that perspective, they seem to be fine, and he has his vulture under control.
Okay. I'm gonna ask him when he arrived.
He says, well, as I said earlier, I arrived a few minutes before you guys did.
The town was already like this.
Well, there was a big hole in the center of town when I arrived, and what I can deduce, I haven't had opportunity to speak with anybody since I just got here, but what I can deduce, there were already some attacks, but I did not see anything when I initially arrived. Shortly after I flew over the town, though, I saw the first one pop up out of the ground and start spitting on things.
Going to nod, and I'm not gonna say anything else right now. Actually, I'm gonna ask him his name if he would be so kind.
Greg.
I'm gonna let him know my name is Ragnar.
Pleased to meet you, Ragnar.
You as well. And with that, I guess that'll end my turn. I'll let other people talk if they want to.
The vulture just kind of shifts its feathers.
So everybody is stabilized here, all helped out.
All the people who were obviously still alive, the 5 that you deduced were still alive initially, are all indeed stabilized. If you want to do a investigation, you can see if there are any others who may have been missed.
When this guy,
Just for clarity, doing so would use your action if you choose to
Yeah.
make an investigation.
this guy just landed. Did he hop off? Is he helping wounded? Is he just sitting on his big bird? What?
He is sitting on his bird. But again, he did have to direct his bird to fly over here, so you can probably deduce that from game turns, he took his actions to get the bird landed.
Okay. So his name is Greg, right? That's what you said?
That is indeed correct.
All right. Eridan's going to introduce himself and ask him where he's from. How did it, you know?
He says, I'm a Telegram Knight from the Spire.
Do we?
And y'all have pretty much extended what he can talk outside of his turn.
Wonderful. Cool. So with that, I'm going to do what I guess I would normally do. That didn't take my action to do all that talking, did it?
No.
Cool. Then I'm probably not going to be able to help anybody else out. Shit. So I'm gonna ready Firebolt if something happens to pop up while we are trying to help these people here and get a handle on what's going on. So kind of a Overwatch, looking up and down the road. Just any of those bugs pop up and a smack in the face. That's gonna be my turn.
All right, as you start murmuring spell words, Greg kind of looks at you. He's like, "Whoa, whoa, easy there, homie. Don't aim them fires this way."
Nope. Not for you. Not for you, Greg.
Alrighty, my turn now.
Yep.
All right, Ilmac's gonna walk over to the hole and look down in there. Does it essentially look the same as it did when we first looked at it?
Essentially identical, except that there appears to have been some dirt and rocks. Give me an intelligence check. At advantage.
What kind of check?
Intelligence.
Okay. Advantage and intelligence. Do I roll the same or do I just roll like where it just says it?
Just rolled it. Yeah, so based on the outside of the holes, looks like it's slipped in a little bit more, and there's a lot of footprints around the outside, and the types of dirt and rock on the inside, it looks like the townsfolk were probably making an attempt at filling in the hole.
Okay.
This motherfucker's name is Greg. It's killing me.
Okay. Can I see any now that I have full, vantage view on all directions? Can I see anything to the north, south, or east that would be of any interest?
The south and the east look completely untouched, both by damage. There's no bodies. Those look essentially exactly like they did when you left. The north, like I said, the swinging sword there, its outer walls, especially on the street side, as well as the southern side of the wall itself, have been pretty much completely decimated. And the shrine there is pretty brutalized too. Fortunately for the shrine, it's a largely open area, so it didn't take as much of the punishment. There are a couple of bodies to the north as well, but they're probably only 30 feet or less from you, around the area of the swinging sword. Based on the direction that the bodies are facing, you figure they were probably running out of the swinging sword, whatever happened to them happened.
Huh. So, I mean, I guess that makes sense. Like, if you, no, that would make sense because if the creature was attacking the swinging sword from the outside, and these people were like, if it was attacking essentially from the entrance, is there a back door to the swinging sword?
There is a back door, yes.
Okay. But the bodies, you said, it appeared that they were trying to run out of the front door.
Well, they not were trying to run out. They had run out. They were,
right.
Like in this area here and this area here. They had already made it outside.
That's stupid though. Like, why would you run outside if the basis is outside in the front? Like, why didn't they just run out?
Well, I will reiterate: this entire wall is decimated.
Right. Okay. Okay. Shit, I don't know what to do. I don't know. I guess I'll just wait here. Just be on the lookout, I guess, and just yeah, I'll just wait for the team. I guess wait on instructions. Wait for them to finish talking to Vulture Man. But I'll just be on the lookout for the time being.
All right.
You said that's a swinging sword. That's a sword. The wall's messed up, right?
Yeah, that's the end.
I need to what? Can't. I'm out of heals. I will head in this direction, and if I see any more of those creatures, I would like to use Chill Touch on them. If they're within my range. That's it for me.
All right, so you ready?
Yep.
Okay. I'm gonna move up, see if I see anything else. I'm gonna kind of squeeze by here if possible.
And you would see the same things that he saw up here.
And do you want me to do an investigation, just see if there's anyone that needs help, or I mean they're all dead?
Yep,
or...
that's up to you. I mean, the investigation is an option, but it's up to you whether you want to do it.
If they're dead or really dead. Sort of dead. Oh, that was bad.
The ones near you, those are all corpses. You can't tell about the ones that are further up. You can't get a good enough look.
Alright. I'm going to just ready my crossbow and end my turn. Persephone's gonna climb back down the house.
You see the giant eagle watching Persephone hungrily.
Oh boy, yeah. She's definitely a tasty delight to an eagle.
It's a vulture.
Didn't you just say it was an eagle, Johnny?
If I did, that would certainly have been a mistake. It is definitely a giant vulture.
We need to, we need to
I,
rewind.
sorry, I had to say it. I love it when Kyle does it. I had to do it for you too.
That's awesome. Alright, and she's just gonna end her turn.
You're just lucky you don't DM, my friend. You're just lucky.
Never.
The knight dismounts at this point. Just kind of takes a look around and walks up to Eridan as the closest one.
Shit.
And reaches out a hand. He does say, before, as he prepares to reach out, you could, not light me on fire, but that'd be appreciated.
So, do I have to stop preparing my stuff to talk to him?
Yes, you would.
Okay. Well, then that
But
is.
it's up to you. You can choose to maintain your spell if you would like.
This dude's human, yeah?
Yes.
Cool. All right. Well, I will stop my murmuring and cease my kind of overwatch and reach out, and I will shake his hand as firmly as a 94-pound elf can do.
All right, yeah, and he returns your shake warmly. Doesn't squeeze you or anything.
94? You must be some kind of tiny.
And he says, it's a good thing you arrived when you did. Although I was reasonably safe from them myself, being on the back of my trusted companion here, there would certainly have been much higher collateral damage before I could have forced them into retreat or slain them.
Is that it for him?
Yeah, that's all he does.
Okay.
Ragnath nods and says, "Yeah, we're lucky we had you as well. It's always good to have eyes in the sky."
He gets a big smile and he says, "Indeed, the sky's where it's at."
Ragnath asks them why he came into town. Is he here for a reason?
The Feathergale Knights patrol all the areas of the Dessarian Valley to try to keep the peace and keep people safe, though I was also here to acquire some supplies, personal supplies.
Okay. What do I know of the Feathergale Knights?
Nothing.
I'm gonna ask him who exactly are the Feathergale Knights.
He will prepare to give you a dissertation on what they are, but he will not do that outside of his turn.
Okay. And then while I'm waiting for that, I'll walk closer to him so that then we're not shouting at each other. But that'll be the end of my turn.
The vulture just settles onto the ground, starts to preen itself.
Huh. So we got people looking at the hole, and people talking to this guy, huh?
And then Chromagus up there between the houses, keeping watch.
All right. Yeah. Since he came out, shook my hand, we're just kind of talking. I guess we'll continue our conversation for now, and I know we gotta wait because he just started talking to Ragnath. So, as always, I'm going to kind of take a step back, because as Ragnath steps up, but you know, not totally out of the way, just one step back to let them talk and perhaps interject or ask questions as I see fit.
All right.
Alrighty, at this point, Ilmac's gonna go investigate the swinging sword a little bit more in depth. He's gonna go ahead and walk through where the wall was destroyed, and walk around the building. Do I have all the movement for that, or I just like I said, I just want to basically circle the building once and then
You
go.
wouldn't be able to circle the building. You can come up and walk inside it and look around and maybe check the start of looking that direction, but you wouldn't be able to go inside, around the other side, really.
Right. Okay. I'll just go on inside the building then and just kind of try to investigate to kind of get an idea of what happened.
All right. Well, you do see a couple more corpses on the inside. You couldn't really see them from the outside because, they're under tables and such. A couple more individuals who've been pretty heavily burned and do not appear to be breathing.
Nobody else alive inside the inn.
Not that you can determine. No, you'd need to do an investigation if you wanted to be certain, but you do not believe they are.
No, I'm actually not all that concerned about it.
More while we wait.
Alrighty then. I guess he'll start to head out since there's a. All right, ready? Can I do a? Well, I guess that'll be kind of pointless. We already know what did this, so. Alrighty. I guess he'll just start to head out, and of course, ready his action to defend himself if necessary with his great maul.
All right.
But he's gonna head out, and that'll be it.
All right, Chromagus, give me a perception check at disadvantage.
All right.
Thank you for the auto host, Tim.
All right. Go ahead with the turn.
All right. This is where the building was acided on this side, right? So I will just investigate this area if there's clues as to.
You don't see any corpses right around here. There are, again, if you look in the direction of Elmac, there are certainly those around the swinging sword. You don't see anything directly here. The building below you, which is where Ragnath was at when he got spit on, the wall is destroyed there, and you can see there are two people inside. It looks like a man and a woman looking around, kind of looking out the hole in fear, but they are alive and well, don't appear to have even been injured.
Is there anyone calling for help?
There are screams and cries emanating from the entirety of the town to some degree or other. Nobody is asking for immediate medical assistance, though.
Nobody's asking for immediate medical. All right. We'll just head searching around. Just, I guess, head towards the front. Well, no, he didn't go around. He's going out the back. So I guess I'll go towards the back entrance, which I imagine is back here, and still have an action. I'll do the same as last. Ready, chill touch if something comes up.
All right, so as you're looking in the back door here, you're seeing essentially the same thing that Elmac saw There's a couple bodies inside, lots of destroyed structure. You do notice, which is fairly obvious by the fact the structure still stands, the support poles and whatnot do not appear to have been heavily damaged. So the building is structurally sound, even though the lower floor is pretty much worthless at this point.
All right. Probably all I could do in 6 seconds. So that's it for me.
Okay. I don't want to move up too far because I feel like our party's starting to get split up. Gonna try to move up a little bit and see if I can tell if any of the bodies are alive. You want an investigation or?
Yeah, go ahead and give me an investigation if you don't see anybody's still kicking.
Lost my main screen. There we go.
All right, so the only thing that you notice, and whether you want to announce this or keep it to yourself is up to you, but the person that's like right to your southeast, laying on the ground, as you get close enough to really inspect him, you notice he does not actually have any wounds on his body. And as you kind of are looking around him and looking around the other bodies, you notice he is definitely breathing, and you kind of see his eyes dart from side to side. Easy enough to deduce he is indeed playing possum.
Smart man.
The other one near you does appear to be dead.
Okay.
Poke him with a stick.
I know. I don't know. I don't know whether to poke him or to say, "Hey, are you okay?" or just leave him alone and let him play possum.
Leave him there like a bitch.
Because I'm
And that-
afraid if I like.
Just
Okay.
for clarification, that person doesn't look like the constable or anything, right?
No.
No one that we know.
No, he's just a common townsperson. You've probably seen him in the bar coming and going at some point, but not anybody that was like a shop owner you interacted with or not. Whatnot.
Okay.
No, I guess I'll. Just
Although,
let him-
again, at this point, that would be Astrid only knowledge, even that there is a person playing possum.
I'll just let him lay there, I guess. And I mean, I kind of like tempted to like say, "Hey, what are you doing?" But you know what? If he's taking a nice nap, then I'll leave him alone. All right, let me end my turn here. But oh, the person that isn't injured, right? Yeah, you said no injuries. Okay.
Yeah, no obvious injuries on the personage.
Alright. I'm gonna move Persephone up.
Persephone's just jumping from building to building and doing what spiders do.
I'm gonna have her climb up this little building here. Hopefully it won't collapse with Ilmac. And Ilmac's not on the roof. Never mind.
No, Mac is actually inside. Yeah.
Sorry. Okay. And we'll end our turn. Greg.
So the night begins, as he recites it, it's pretty obvious this is certainly not the first time he's given this explanation. But he explains that the Feathergale Knights are members of the Feathergale Society, which hails out of Waterdeep. It's kind of an elite group of aerial knights, and they are housed and pretty much exist only within the Dissarian Valley in what they refer to as the Feathergale Spire.
All right. So Dissarian, how do you spell that?
Dessarin.
I'm Ragnath nods and puts out his hand, for a handshake real quick.
Yeah, he's happy to shake your hand as well.
And with that, Ragnath says, "Sorry to cut introductions short, but I would prefer to search the houses for anybody wounded or anybody hurt and aid them. I'm sure we will have another time to talk, hopefully.
All right, and give me a perception check at disadvantage. Okay.
And I'm going to head over to this house. Does it look hurt or anything like that?
There's some splatters, but not any substantial damage to the building, and nobody dead obvious inside it, or at least not in the entryway.
Okay, I'm gonna, pound on the door real quick and ask if anybody is hurt inside. See if I get any call back.
You get an answer of, "Is it over? Can we come out? Is it safe?"
I would respond with, I'd recommend staying within your homes at this time. Once things have completely settled and we're sure that it is safe, we will be sure to let you know.
Okay.
And do I have enough movement to move on to the next house?
Yeah, we can get you that one too.
Okay. Search it, do I see anything? Yada, yada, yada.
Essentially the same as previous.
Okay. So say the same thing, same actions, and I'm sure with all that said and done, that would take longer than 6 seconds. That'll be my turn.
Vulture continues as before.
So he said all that stuff about the knights and everything like that. Nothing sounds too interesting to me. After Ragnath said we got to get going, did he look in my direction, anything like that, or am I good to go just give him a wave and get moving down the road?
Ragnath didn't say anything to Eridan or really
No,
give
no,
any direction.
that was for Johnny. Like, did he look back my way, or is he just like, okay, later, dude, peace?
Oh, well, no, he's not leaving or anything. He just gave out an answer to Ragnath's question, and then that was the end of his amount of words he could speak in a turn. In effect, he is actually still talking right now about the Feathergale Knights and the Spire and such.
Wonderful. Yeah, so I guess I'm just going to stand here.
Hold on. So, I just want to clarify. I didn't leave in the middle of his speech.
No, but a turn happens essentially at the same time.
God damn it.
But you're still well within range for him to carry on talking anyway, so even within, that would not be an issue. But, yeah, you're fine.
Okay, I just want to make sure he doesn't take offense or anything.
No.
Okay, cool. Then, yeah, never mind. Carry on.
I'm gonna sit here, listen to the story, and then watch, I don't know, watch Ragnath, as he starts, moving away.
Where do Mark?
Okay. I am. You know what? Wait, never mind. Astrid kept that information to herself of the dude being there, I guess. So, Ilmack's going to step outside to the front of the inn, and he's just going to listen out. And you said there's screams and stuff coming from different parts of the town at any given time, right?
Oh yeah, the town's in panic. Even though the battle sounds have died down, some areas of town have not been given that information yet. They weren't here to see it, and nobody has actually darted off to say, hey, the threat is cleared. So there's a lot of people off to the side yelling about danger and get in your house, and people trying to flee town and all those types of things.
Right. Well, Ilmac doesn't know for sure whether the threat has been truly neutralized or not, as we've seen them burrow and shit, and nobody's really investigated the hole. So, Ilmac's gonna walk back to the hole and or better yet, he's going to let Astrid. He's going to talk to Astrid, or not talk to her, just let her know, or somewhat suggest. I think we should go down the hole. And I guess yell to Crow Baggis too. Same thing. I think we should go check out the hole to make sure everything's clear. And then he's going to walk. I guess try to start walking back towards where the to where Greg and Ragnath are to kind of relay that to them, but I can only move so far. So.
All right.
All right, at this point, I'll attempt to regroup with the party. Right, this is 30-ish, right? So I'll probably, as close as I can, get to them and ready chill touch if we see anything about.
All right.
Okay, I'm gonna head back towards Elmac. Alright. Still gonna look around, make sure nothing's going on. Still, any rumbles in the ground?
All is clear.
Alright, and Persephone. She's going to hop around like a yo-yo here. Boing. Boing. Okay. And she's going to end her turn.
All right, the knight kind of looks around. He's like, well, as best I can determine it looks like the threat has ended here. I'd be happy to tell you more about the spire, but maybe we should get the townspeople rounded up and deal with the wounded and the dead in a quick manner. And he goes back to his giant vulture and mounts up and flies down this way.
Alright, I'm gonna continue on my crusade of finding the wounded.
Give me another perception at disadvantage. Alright, so back you up a little bit to here. As you're getting ready to head on down the path, you're not sure, but you think you might have felt a slight tremble in the ground beneath your feet.
Okay. I'm gonna call out to Eridan to ready a spell. I think I felt something under me. And can I identify which direction it was heading in or anything?
No.
Okay. Then yeah, I'll continue onwards.
Okay, and as you move down your path, there's a loud eruption, a splintering, maybe the better word, a splintering of wood, and a couple of screams from that house.
Okay. I should have enough movement to double back and get there, right?
Yeah, probably not, but I'll give it to you anyway. Okay, so the door is closed, as are pretty much all the doors now that you told them to stay inside.
Okay. Because I'm pretty sure opening a door takes my action, correct?
You get one free interaction. As long as the door's not locked, you could just open it without using your action.
Okay, is the door locked?
Yes, it is. It's not like a a lock on the like we have today where you turn the little thing on the doorknob. It's not like that. It's a chain lock at the top, so you can push it a little bit, but not enough to really see inside other than to hear. Now the door's cracked, even louder screamings and what sounds vaguely like the sound of something crunching on flesh and bone.
Can I essentially break the door down?
You can attempt an athletics check to break down the door. That will use your action.
It's fine. I'm about it.
All right, you do slam into the door with your shoulder. The little lock mechanism breaks, and the door flies open. Inside, the side is pretty horrific. There is one of these things sticking up out of the wooden floor, and has the head of the man in its mouth, crunching it as the rest of his body twitches on the floor. The woman is just standing there screaming as she looks on.
I'm gonna call out and point, calling out towards Eridan and pointing inside, essentially. And that'll end my turn because that took my action.
He already took his action as part of the move.
So you're inside, right? Whoops, sorry. Was muted. So Ragnath is inside.
Ragnath is on the porch with the door slammed open.
All right. I'm gonna yell the best I can to tell the lady. I can see her, right?
Oh yeah.
To get the hell out.
She's actually standing between the grasshopper and the Ankeg, Ragnath, between the two of them. She's in the middle, just staring on in disbelief.
All right, so yell at her to get the hell out. There's no way 95-pound me is gonna drag some lady out. Is it possible to try and cry? I don't know, man. Walk up to her and try to like pull her back, but then ready my action that if the thing moves towards us to hit it with a shocking grasp.
No, you could pull her, or you could at least attempt to pull her back, but that would take your action to try to move her out.
Ah, fuck, man.
She is not a very large woman, but you are also not a very large man, so
Yeah.
take that as you will.
Okay, so this thing already has lunch, yeah? It's already chewing on somebody's head. So
yeah, it's nomming on his head.
Would I be able to smack it with a firebolt without hitting anybody?
Yeah, you can attempt firebolt. It will be a -2.
All right, let's try that then. Ah, shit. I'm not gonna light these people's house on fire if I do this, am I?
You would deduce that if you missed and it happened to hit a curtain or something, you could. The odds are pretty low, but it's not impossible.
All right, well, we all gotta...
Although at this point, you see one of them dead and the other might be soon to follow, so I don't know that they would care overly much. Your bolt slams into the side of his armored carapace, piercing through fairly deeply. It kind of lets out a screech.
Can I make it to the roach in one turn or no?
You'd have to dash, but you could get over to where Eridan and Ragnath is at.
No, I'm gonna get as close as about how close can I get without dashing?
You can go about there without dashing.
All right then. Can I hit it with a javelin?
You can't even see it. It's inside the house.
Oh, and inside the house. Oh, okay. All right then. I'm gonna dash.
All right.
And I guess that would just be just outside the house.
Well, it's in this house. You could get to there if you want. You'd be right behind Ragnath and beside Eridan. You can see the Ankeg on the map, right?
Yeah. I'm just trying to figure out the mechanical bits of this to play this properly. Alrighty. And since I can't do anything, I will just stop there.
All right.
Hey, where's your javelin, bud?
Can't use it. I dashed.
Is there a back door to this building?
There is not a back door to their house.
Would I be able to make it 30 feet-ish here and turn and see this creature?
Yeah, you can see it. It'll have partial cover from you, same as it did from Aridin, +2 if you choose to make a ranged attack, or if you do a save, then obviously that's a non-factor.
Right?
Can anybody possibly like shield the citizen or do anything to pull them out?
No, we gotta kill this creature, man.
Well, obviously, but if the creature completely freaking ignores us
Right.
and eats the citizen, we accomplish nothing other than killing this thing.
Well, this thing can keep going underground, come out of other places and killing people. We gotta kill this motherfucker.
Yep, so your holy flame lights it up, but it still stands. It is not happy, though. Not happy at all.
That's how I like it.
You interrupted his dinner. Or lunch.
Or appetizer. What's Astrid gonna do?
I'm thinking. I guess I'm gonna move. Probably gonna have to use my dash action. I have a dash action.
Yeah, you can dash.
Okay. I don't know if that's too far or.
Yeah, you can probably get to about here.
Okay. Thanks. Alright. There's nothing I can do.
And then Persephone could either get to your same location or she could go where you just tried to go. If you want.
I'm gonna stick her on the roof. Alright.
Is that right? The knight hears the screams and wheels his vulture over into position overhead. So the Ankeg is very displeased with the assault on his personage. He gulps down the remainder of the head he was chewing on, rears back, and unleashes a column of acid down through there.
Down through where? Oh, at Aridin.
Why didn't I roll both saves? So one save, one. Oh no, it did roll your save. Okay, never mind. No, was it? Oh yeah, it was. It just the same roll. That's fine. All right. And then acid damage to Chromagus.
Oh shit.
And then to Aridin.
I melted!
No, I shouldn't come in this stupid fucking house.
And the lady between the two of you also is mostly a pile of goo at this point.
Great job, guys. Great job. You know, Ragnath just, claps a couple of times for his allies.
If you're gonna attack him, you need to actually step inside, so you'd have to go up to him like that.
Yeah, well, I missed anyway.
Yeah, you take a nice wide swing, but in these close quarters, your sword catches on a wall and slings wide.
I'm going to action surge.
Is that right?
What's action surge?
I get another attack, or another action anyway.
Oh, is that
This time you hit.
is that a fire thing?
Yeah. And you slice him up and he falls.
With that, Ragnath is going to kind of storm out of the house. He's fucking pissed.
Okay, so Ragnath is fucking pissed and storms off. Chromagus is on the ground bleeding to death.
Oh well.
Are you done?
Yeah, I can't move my token though. With how close we are, it's hard for me to. There we go. Thank you. Move down to the next house. If I have enough movement for that.
No, you'd be limited more to be going over by Astrid.
Okay. That'll end my turn.
Although, actually, we have to stay in combat until he gets stabilized. The vulture has already taken his turn as part of its flying. Airdan.
Before I do this, oh, it doesn't matter. Fuck it. I just got acid spit all fucking over me, huh?
Yep. Your clothes are probably ruined.
Awesome. So what? Can I stabilize or help Cro-Magnus without a fucking medical kit?
Yeah, same as what you did before. It's just a medicine check if you don't have a medicine kit.
Cool. So I'm gonna come over, and that is exactly what I'm gonna do. And
you failed. All
right, so I come over and I fumble fuck around with some of my own pieces of clothing and apparently don't do shit. And that's my turn.
Yeah, you take a piece of your sleeve and you're tying it around some of his various wounds, and as you go to pull it tight, it just melts apart from the acid on his skin.
So hopefully Ilmac's got some like a kid or something.
Alrighty.
I mean, his hands. Oh, sorry.
Wait, do I have a medicine kit? Let me check my inventory. I do have one. I was gonna say I'm pretty sure I bought one when Ragnath did.
Yeah, you guys have them, not me.
All right.
Wait. Is a healer's kit the same thing as a medicine kit? Okay. Alrighty, I'm gonna go ahead and use it on him then.
Okay, so you use one of your 10 charges, and he is stable. Okay, as that is everybody stabilized, the enemy's dead, we will no longer be in combat. Okay, so what do you guys wish to do?
I guess since we're no longer in combat, and I guess Ilmac's gonna ask anybody, can somebody get him up, or do I have to carry him?
I think I have one cure wounds left.
I would say that.
You can carry him, for all that I give a damn about. Apparently nobody listens to me.
Ilmac doesn't know what Ragnath's problem is, as he was outside the house when whatever went down. But he just shrugs that off as Ragnath being grumpy ass Ragnath. And he picks up Chromagus and sleeves him over his shoulder.
No, you heard me. You heard me tell Chromagus what to do.
Would I have been within earshot of that? Would I have been within earshot of that, Johnny?
Yeah, he wasn't whispering. I would say probably everybody within here. I mean, y'all are only about in a 30-foot radius, so y'all probably all would have heard him to some degree or other. And maybe not clearly, but you would to deduce what he was trying to say.
Well, then in that case, well, I mean, Ilmac's still got to pick up Chromagus, but he's gonna give Ragnath the side eye, but he's still gonna pick him up and carry him until they figure something else out.
All right. So you carrying him anywhere in particular, or
No, I just have
Astrid,
him.
are you coming up to tend to the wounds, or?
I just have him slung over my shoulder for the time being. And like I said, I mean, I don't know what Astrid's gonna do, but Ilmac advised Astrid otherwise to hold on to her cure wounds.
All right, so we're all kind of pulling our stuff together now, right?
Yeah, and the Feathergill Knight lands again. Kind of takes a look inside the house and takes a moment and retches on the ground, wipes his mouth, and he's like, "Well, I guess we were not actually done."
I'm going to smirk at that comment, but not going to say anything to him. You picked up Cro-Magnus. The spider's doing whatever. Ragnath is stomping around, going up the road.
Yep.
And Astrid's up that same area.
Yep.
So the question for you, Johnny, has this northwestern part of this road here, this little section, is this where we see the most damage? Like if I look to the south, up ahead past this, like it's all concentrated in this area, right? So I could reasonably deduce that they've been coming up in this area, right? Like it's not like they're over towards 7 and 16 or 10. We don't see damage in that area. It's mostly up here in this area. Yeah.
Oh yeah, like I was explaining to Ilmac earlier, it's essentially the road that you're coming down now. The houses along that side, and then the houses along the north, mostly on the left-hand side.
Okay.
So that little quarter of the road that you guys are currently on, that's where about 95% of the damage is at.
And the swinging sword is the inn. It's messed up and it's missing a wall, but it doesn't look like it's going to collapse, right?
Correct. As I said earlier, it looks like all the supports are undamaged, or at least very minor damage done to them. It looks like mostly it's the outer walls and like the tables and stuff on the inside that have been destroyed, melted, inusable, whatever word you want to use.
All right. Well, now that Greg's vomited everywhere, we have it seems calm again.
Yeah, you had only known of 2 enemies. Both enemies that you knew of are slain. Everybody that you knew of being tendable has been tended.
All right. So
I mean, there's still plenty of screaming and such from the people way off to the east and south and even to the north. But, so it's not, quote, calm, but there are no other known enemies or priorities for you guys.
all right. Well, before Ragnath goes stomping off doing nothing, I'm going to try to yell to him.
Gonna try and yell what?
Hey, stop running the hell away for a second. Come here.
Right now, I suppose he's gonna stop, but I don't know. I've already moved, so.
But we're out of turn order. Anybody can essentially do whatever they want to do at this point.
Okay, I'll come about halfway and stop and ask what.
I'm going to be like, I know you care about these people, man. We gotta try and help them.
Well, that's obvious. But it doesn't seem like people are willing to help.
All right, so again, gonna shrug that off. Why don't we try to find a position that we can defend, and let's try to start collecting folks and tending to everybody. Let's try to get some of the town people out to help. Get these people patched up. We should take maybe one of these buildings. I don't know what you see number 1 here. I would recommend clearing out. I don't know if it's someone's house. I don't give a shit. Clear it out. Turn it into a place where we can get everybody in who's wounded. Try to get them treated. And because I can tell that that's something you want to do, and that also is a place where we can defend from if anything else happens.
Just to interject for a moment, number 1 is the shrine. That was heavily damaged, and it's also mostly an open area in the first place.
Right below it.
So just keep that in mind if you're talking about the house below you.
I
That
was
was
gonna say
mentioned there.
this town doesn't have like a hospital or something, or like a.
The shrine would serve as the hospital.
Well, it's all messed up. The shrine is.
Well, then we need to make a makeshift
The
one.
shrine is pretty damaged, yes.
But
We don't need to be out or inside though. Like I would rather be outside and in the open than have to worry about, bringing a bunch of people indoors into an enclosed space
Okay.
where they're not going to be able
Okay.
to move.
I already cut you short. All right, so let's use the shrine. Uh, let's try to make shift some comfortable places. Let's start telling people to come out and help out, and that way we can try to get as many of the town folk taken care of, and we ourselves can take a break, keep watch while we tend to the people here.
With that, Ragnar will say that we need at least 2 people inside the shrine in order to defend them if something does come up there. However, the rest of us do need to, move throughout the village and try and gather people and get them into that area.
Gonna turn to my new friend Greg here and ask him if he'd be willing to help with a little Overwatch while we try to get this set up.
He says certainly. That's what we do.
All right, I'm gonna
And
ask.
he just hops on his vulture and it lurches to the air.
All right, cool. All right, so let's start. I guess we'll make our way towards the shrine. Yeah.
I guess Elmac will play defense on the shrine.
Well, you gotta drag Dingling here first.
Well, of course, he's still slung over my shoulder. Being
Alright.
that he's probably patient number 1.
What do you want me to do? I moved as much. It's really pissing me off.
I guess I'll move Pearl Magus over here too, since
All right, so you stabilized him with the medicine kit.
yeah, he's used to rest, so he can wake up.
Can we, Astrid?
What's that?
How good of friends is Persephone here? Like, is she going to be able to watch over people here? Like, does she talk to you to like if something happened?
Yes. So I have a kind of a telepathic bond.
Okay. So can she stay here with Elmac while we go out and start trying to bring people in and whatnot?
Yeah. I guess if anybody, Elmac gets along with Astrid.
Yeah, right.
There's no limit on the telepathic link, is there, Johnny?
I don't believe so. I'd have to read the description again to be 100% certain.
Okay. All right. Yeah, I think. Yeah, that's fine. We can have her like be kind of a protector, keep an eye on things.
Cool.
Her maximum lift. She can lift, push, and drag 360 pounds. So if she needed to move people too, just FYI.
I
That's
don't.
good. Yeah, I'll move.
Well,
her.
actually, in retrospect, that does make more sense for Elmac to be moving people, since
Well, the idea that I have is Ragnath seems like he needs to get out and start walking around. I can't carry many people, but I can start going around and asking for people to come out and help, bring anybody that they have and any supplies that they may have, anything like that. Try to find out where the heck the constable is, and use this kind of an area to get the people healed up the best that we can, and keep them safe, and even ourselves, get some respite, get a little rest, if possible.
Right. Okay. So yeah, I'll move. Where did you guys want me to meet you so we can move and just go around? I mean, are we gonna split up or are we?
We're Elmac and Spider. We're gonna stay here, and Ragnath. Didn't you want 2 people to go out, Like, can you and Astrid, right, can start grabbing people and telling them, and I can start walking around too, right?
No, 2 people need to stay inside the shrine, whereas the rest of us would be going out.
Yeah, that's why. Do you not want Persephone to stay with Ilmac then?
I don't think that she counts as a person, because I don't think that how much like I haven't seen how much damage Persephone does, and judging from the HP, she won't last very long.
Well, I'm just asking if she can stay with Ilmac while we walk around, you know, and that way Astrid can yell if anything happens, you know. Will he'll, Astrid.
Oh yeah, I completely agree with you on that one then. Yeah.
Oh, okay, cool.
Telepathic link.
So yeah, all right, you can move Spider Chicken with Ilmac, and I'm just going to. You said it was to the north, right, Johnny? Like this area.
This is where Ilmac is, right? I think.
Yeah.
Yep. All right. I'll.
And I said, what's to the north?
Well, the damage extends. Sorry, I don't know how to draw on this
Yeah,
fucking map.
the damage normally.
I just want to know the area so I can make myself walk. Yeah. Okay. Perfect.
All right. So I'm following you then, right, to keep you safe a little bit. Is that correct?
Sure.
Okay.
And because like Ragnath is big enough to like pick people up and yell and talk to people and say, hey, come out, bring your stuff, you know, because the idea is that we as a group have found a spot that like Ilmac can kind of clean up right now as people go to help him. We're going to tell people, hey, we think we're safe for now. If you've got somebody who's hurt, we're trying to get them all here. If you're able to heal, if you've got oh,
There it is.
sorry.
No, Johnny DC'd out, so continue.
Okay. Johnny, you good?
Yep.
The idea is that we have a place, an emergency place that we can try to get everybody taken care of, maybe even until they're able to walk back to their houses and whatnot. And also that we can centralize so we can get a full rest while taking turns to make sure that this area is okay. So me and you are basically, I'm not dragging anybody. If you find somebody, I guess if Johnny says you could drag them back, cool. But the idea is we're going to start telling the townspeople that, hey, we think it's over. If you're hurt, go down to the shrine. If you have any extra bandages, you have anything like that, please take it with you.
Yeah, we're basically going to be walking door to door, getting everybody into the shrine. And if anybody's hurt, then I can carry them, or somebody else can drag them, or help carry them, etc.
Right.
Well, there are the number of people that y'all stabilized who are still here and there, as well as people in houses who sustained injuries before. Most of the people, as you guys are going around and announcing that things are clear, and the Feathergale Knight, Greg, he's also kind of flying around and announcing as well that things are clear to head to the shrine. So everybody who can starts to head to that way, and he's able to kind of direct you guys to, hey, if you look up at him, he'll coordinate with you to point in the direction. If there's people who actually need assistance, they're not able to, readily move themselves.
Yep.
So you're able to coordinate pretty well. The thing that you notice is distinctly missing as things progress onward. The constable and his wife are not to be seen.
Fuck.
Okay.
Whoa.
Do I know which house the constable's house is?
Number 11 is where they generally reside.
I'm gonna head there and see, knock on his door, see if anybody's
Well,
there.
no, that
or
was
anything.
different. They had an open mind. Said that. Yeah.
Okay, as you
I need to be able
arrive,
to talk, Norm.
you're able to open the door and go inside. The site inside is pretty brutal. There are, so he had like 5 deputies as well, if you remember, and they all work at the The butcher here, so like the wife cures the meat and whatnot. The constable is also the actual butcher, and then his 5 deputies also help with storage of the meat and such. As you near the place, normally you would have seen some of them outside on a normal non-crazy day, or you would have expected that they would have come up and helped. But looking along the streets, something that's occurring to you as you come down here to check his house is you haven't seen any of the deputies dead either, which is a little odd because you would expect them to be the first responders, right?
Right.
So as you come up to his house, you're being cautious and looking around because things just seem a little off since they never showed up. And you start checking the doors. The first door, there's nobody inside, and you check the second and the third, nobody inside. As you get to the main house, though, which serves as the butcher's storage shed in the basement, as well as their actually house upside, as you open that door, there's a pretty gruesome sight inside because you do see all 5 of the deputies are there and dead. Not apparently dead from the grasshopper creatures, though, because they all have slash marks along their chest or stab marks in their abdomens and such. So there was obviously a weapon fight that happened here. The wife is also dead in there. She's been decapitated. And in the back of the room, hung up and obviously tortured extensively, is the constable himself, though he also has already perished.
What?
What?
All right, I'm going to close the door. And I'm going to head back up to the shrine. Have we collected all of the town folk and all that stuff?
By the time you return from here, y'all will have collected everyone in the north section, and everyone who is able to move on their own or who needed assistance coming up the street has been collected. You will not yet have done all the searches door to door in the south section.
Okay.
If you still choose to keep going door to door.
Yeah, I'm going to continue going to the south then because I need to make sure that everybody gets, into the shrine.
Where's...
All right, as you go door to door, most of the other people appear to have already fled. There's no, as you cover those houses down through there, nobody's there. You get down to whatever 12 is, there's nobody there, and all the way down 14, all the way down through there, there's nobody there. Everything is clear. As you're coming back up the other side, 22, nobody's there. When you come to 20, though, which is the one who in the past has been where the books were, it's the guy who corrected the history for the spirits.
Right.
As you go inside his building, you find him in a similar state to the mayor or to the constable. He is also strung up and has obviously been tortured. The rest of the area, though, you go down to 21. The market is clear. There does not appear to even have been any fighting or anything going on there. As well as the armory, everything is fine there. Although that guy is actually there. Him and his wife and his assistant Smiths are actually in the armory.
Okay. Could I possibly do an investigation check on the librarian or the area, try and get like an idea of who possibly could have been there or really anything?
Well, you can deduce that there were multiple people who came into the building and that he was tortured with bladed instruments for the most part, as well as burns. Actually, go ahead and give me an investigation before I give you this part.
All right. Investigation. Hey!
So as you see this in a second house, yet you see no dead people around, even though the houses are not that far apart. The thing that strikes you as very odd is that these individuals were tortured here fairly extensively, so not over a short period of time, and apparently nobody else was alerted. So how nobody heard the screams and whatnot, that seems pretty odd to you. You would have expected that either people would have come running to see what was happening, or they would have fled and would have already, been made aware that something was going on down here.
All right. Then, yeah, continuing my search.
And that's all that remains. Like I said, the blacksmith and his wife and his 2 sons, who are also his assistant smiths, are in the arms place, barricaded. They got the door barricaded up, and they are all holding various weapons at the ready. When you come in and announce yourself and you try to open the door, but you can't, but they respond to your greetings, and I'm assuming you're just gonna allay to them that, you know, things are fine. The battle's over, that they can come out. Is that a correct statement?
Sorry, you said
You're basically just gonna relay to them that everything is fine, they can come out now, essentially.
yeah, I'm gonna relay that, everything is okay and that we're gathering everybody into the shrine as a safe place so that then, things can be sorted out, the wounded can be treated, and that'll be basically a stronghold while we search the rest of the area and make sure that everybody is indeed safe.
So initially, the blacksmith is like, I think we'll stay holed up here. This building is much more fortified for me to defend my family than that open air shrine that is just asking to get everybody killed. As he's being quite blunt about it, though, his wife basically just steps over the top of him and tells him to get his ass up there, and then you hear the door being unlocked, and the four of them head up to the shrine. They all are armed, including the wife. The wife is carrying a very large great axe over her shoulder, though it looks like she probably couldn't swing it reliably. She has certainly given her best effort to look fierce.
Okay.
And that is everybody you find in the southern section.
All right, Devin. The people were tortured for a long period of time. The bodies.
How long? How long do the body? How many days old do the bodies look dead, Johnny? Is what I'm trying to ask.
They're not going to be long because we weren't gone for very long.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, y'all were only gone for what, 8 hours, maybe, roundabout.
Right, but see, but we don't. Well, then again, we saw.
Y'all talked to the constable before you left.
Yeah, right. So they look less than a day old.
Well, what Ragnath chooses to relate to is up to him, but the bodies are not old at all. There would probably still be the very, very infrequent drip of blood off of the guys hanging up. They're into the hours window, very, 2 maybe 3 hours old.
And yeah, I'm going to relay. Well, I'm not going to be loud about it. It will be very quiet, and I will be pulling each of the party members aside, like separately.
Obviously, we don't want this to get out to the public.
Exactly. I don't want to, cause a big ruckus about it. So, of course, I'm going to relay the information, what I found and everything, very quietly to my party members.
Okay, and do you choose to inform Greg as well, or are you going to leave him out?
I will indeed inform Greg. He's been an ally through this. I have no reason not to.
Okay, so he will go actually inspect the bodies as well. He'll fly down on his
Can I go with him?
big ass bird. Well, with would
Can I
be a
go with
relative term. He flies down. You can choose to walk down, but you can be there at the same time as him, yes. But you couldn't, quote, be with him since he's 60 feet in the air.
Okay. Yeah, I want to arrive at the same time as he does to see if he can glean any bit of information that I wasn't able to.
Okay, yeah, he comes down. He again, wretches all over the place as he sees the state of specifically the state of the constable with the extreme amount of torturing, and he has dry heaves when he sees the other guy as well, since it's essentially the same thing. But he does relate to you that he has seen this type of torture one other time by a group of earth cultists that have been seen in the Desarian Valley a few different times throughout the last months into a year. He says him and the other Feathergale Knights have fought them extensively. It's a pretty even match, though. Even though the Earth Cultists don't have the ability to fly like the Feathergale Knights do, they're extremely good at ambushing. And he says it aligns even more with these giant insects, as the Earth Cultists are known to employ creatures that burrow in the ground. And he says, the picture here is becoming clearer to me. He said, I don't know what prompted this assault, but it appears to me that the Ankegs, these giant grasshoppers, were intended as a distraction to keep us away from what was actually the objective here.
Is that person that was laying on the ground, is he still around? The one
He's
that
already
was
gone.
alive?
I mean, he is, quote, here in the regards that he's in the off-base shrine with everybody else, and you could find him if you choose to, but he's not laying on the ground pretending to be dead anymore.
Alright, I'd like to find him in the shrine. I want to question him.
Okay, yeah, I mean, he's around. He's scared shitless, and his eyes are always darting around looking, but he's there.
Is there any way I can look at him and just see if there's like blood or if he's carrying any weapons?
He is not carrying any weapons. He also has no blood or anything on his personage, and like I said, he has no injuries from earlier either. He is pretty dirty because he was laying down in the dirt. Actually, let me step that back because there probably are splatters of blood or acid on his clothing, on his back, from when he was laying face down in the dirt. But he has no injuries or no weapons or no blood on his front side or on his limbs.
I don't know if there's a way to. Can I ask a few people if they know him? in town?
Yeah, people know him as a farmer. He's just, Jim Brown, who farms the fields over on the east. His family's lived here as long as most people in the town of Red Larch have. He doesn't have a family or a wife. His wife had passed some years back, and he hasn't remarried since. He tends the farms on his own.
No. I mean, I don't want him to hear this, but I kind of want to know the circumstances of his wife's death. I mean, was she speared to death? Or...
No, his wife died from disease.
Okay. Still don't trust
Though if
him.
you actually ask him directly, he gets a bit offended at your questioning regarding his deceased wife.
No, I wouldn't ask him directly, because... I would see... Can I roll a perception check to see if he's, lying?
That would actually be insight, but
Yeah.
you can roll one, but I'm telling you, that's the truth. He's not lying to you.
Okay. Alright. Can I I want to check the other villagers that are in the shrine and just see if they have... I don't know if there's a way to do it, just to see if anyone looks guilty, or... like excessively...
For the most part, they all look scared shitless. There's a substantial amount of wounds and people tending the wounded. Since this is not an overly large town, pretty much everybody knows everybody, and even those who don't get along recognize the situation for what it is and are all pitching in to help their neighbors. So there's a lot of wounded people and a lot of people trying to help out those wounded. So most people aren't even willing to talk to you at this point, at least not in the first half hour to hour after everybody gets into the shrine, because they're busy trying to save lives.
Alright, I would ask if there's anything I can do in the shrine to help save people. I don't know if you want me to roll medicine.
That is essentially what they would advise for anybody who's here offering help, is to try to help tend the wounded. There's not realistically anything you can do for them except try to make them more comfortable, both those who are on the way out and those who are recovering, but that is what they would ask of you all the same.
Okay. Alright.
So we got everybody here, and we're just helping people.
Yeah, except for Ragnath and Greg, who have gone down to the south. You don't know for sure what's going on down there, but they're not gone overly long, maybe 10 minutes before they come back up, or at least before Greg comes back up. Ragnath is up to him whether he comes up or not.
I'm going to return to the library and did the librarian already send away for the record to be changed?
Yeah, he did that the day after you guys spoke.
All right. I'm going to take that book.
Okay, give me an investigation to try to find the right one. Okay, as you're looking around, you're pretty sure that you know right where the book was stored, and you go there to retrieve it, and you notice that there is not a book in that slot. And then as you're looking around, you're like, I wonder where he moved it to, and you're checking in a few very specific volumes, both from the publicly available shelf as well as the area behind his desk where he kept the personal manuscripts are missing. You would estimate there's probably 7 books total that are not here, but you don't know what they were to even try to deduce how they related to each other. The only one you know for sure is the one that he had updated the records in, which was essentially of a history of the Bessarian Valley.
Okay. Are there any spell books or anything?
No, as Airden learned before, there are no spell books here, and only the most basic, rudimentary books that even cover anything on spells.
Okay. Are there any like history books that I would want to know about, possibly about the Earth cultists in this library, or?
No, there are no books anywhere in this town about the Earth cultists. The first you've heard of them, or anybody else for that matter, is what was relayed by Greg.
What about the Feathergale Knights?
Yes,
Since
there would
are...
actually no, there would not be a book on it. No, there are people in the town who could tell you about them, but there is no book on it.
Okay. So there's nothing of value in the
Oh, there's plenty of
library.
things of value, but nothing that you just asked about.
Well, I don't want to like pillage this place, so I'm not trying to, gain monetary value. I'm talking about like knowledge, stuff that I could
Well, I
read
mean, you
that
would need to
is...
go through book by book, page by page to see if any of those had information that you could use. Just looking at titles and doing a quick scan, you don't see any that would appear to be information that at least is immediately useful to you or relating to anything that you know to be a consideration as of right now.
Okay. Then I will head out of the library, and head back over to the constables. With that, I do believe Ilmac was asking about something.
Yep, and what he answers you, Ilmac, is just basically saying he and I were looking at, and he scoots close to you to say this. He and I were looking at the constable and the bookkeeper to see if there was anything I knew about it, and then he goes and relays to you the same basic information that it appears to be the work of some Earth cultists, and that they are enemies of the Feathergale Society. Astrid, Airden, did y'all want to do anything in the meantime here? Because that did cover about a half-hour window.
I think I'm good.
So Ragnath is back up here, right? And so is Astrid.
No,
Ragnath is not back up there. Astrid is.
And up to the north is the inn, right?
Yeah, the right where you're at is the heavily damaged inn.
All right. So a whole wall is missing. Like, is the door still
Yes,
there?
the whole south-facing wall is gone.
Okay, but from what I see,
The
though,
door is still there. I don't know why you would care about the door since you can just walk through the wall. But yeah, the door is still attached. It's open even.
whole southern wall is gone. All right. I'm gonna wait for Ragnath to come back. Ilmac went outside, right? So we don't have anybody inside watching all the people, but the townspeople are all there, right? So
Yeah, all the townspeople there at this point, and you and Astrid are only a few steps away. So,
all right. Well, I am gonna just walk on in and try to find myself a seat somewhere and sit the fuck down with my book.
the actual innkeeper would ask you to please vacate his building while there is no one there to manage it.
Where the fuck is he? He's supposed to be at the shrine.
He is at the shrine, but you're like 30, 25 feet away from him.
What, I can't sit here?
No, I would appreciate it if no one would be in there until we can take inventory and clean up. Don't want anybody to get hurt.
I'm gonna say again, I can't sit here?
And he says again, as I said, we don't want anybody in there until we have management in the building.
All right. I'm gonna roll my eyes, mutter something. Gotta come back on out. Can't sit down there. Should the fucking sitting down there. What's 7 on the map?
That's a tenner. It's a clothing store, basically.
And what's the house right below the shrine?
Just a house. It's not anything special, just a house.
I don't know. I guess I'll wait till everybody comes back. This innkeeper can kiss my ass, however. So yeah.
And Elmac asked something again as well.
Yep. I'll get back to him in a minute. Astrid, did you want to do anything?
I don't know if we are planning on taking a rest or kind of want to ask the party or.
Trying to get there. We gotta wait till everybody's back.
Okay.
We gotta find a spot that we can go. That's my whole idea. Like, everybody's here. The town people are cool. Let's find a house, nearby that we can defend. Have people stay up and get a long damn rest in, and then maybe go jump in this hole and go see what the hell's up. But right now we gotta, collect everybody up, and so.
Yeah, what is I mean, did we go door to door like all the houses in town?
Yes, y'all did go door to door to all the houses between the party. Not each individual went to every house, but the party in its entirety covered all the houses.
Okay. So I guess I'm just gonna keep an eye on Agnes to make sure he's still lightly breathing and kind of
All
hang
right.
out till
Not
the
breathing.
party is here.
All right, so back to Elmar's question. Greg says, the Feather Ghost Society are protectors of the Deserin Valley, and the Earth Cult is somewhat the opposite of that, as you see, and he turns a little bit green again, but manages to bring himself under control. From the remnants down south, they are not the nice folk. And then he kind of just has a moderate grin, and he says, not to mention air and earth just don't align so well.
Do we ask him where to find those people?
He has no idea what the Earth Cultists want. He's not an Earth Cultist to be able to tell you. Well, they go wherever they go for whatever they want. So, they kind of come and take what they want. There aren't that many small villages for them to hit, and their numbers don't appear to be that large that they can hit just anywhere they want. So it's not common for them to attack a village. It may have happened a time or two, though he's not sure of the specifics, where they came in to question a specific, he says question with emphasis, a specific individual. I'm guessing you would have to find one and ask him, because I have no idea. Though he said, then he kind of ponders for a moment, and he says, though by my understanding, this hole in the middle of town was recently created. So it does seem that it's a pretty big coincidence that suddenly a hole opens up in the ground in the middle of town, and later the same day, this kind of butchery begins.
Yeah, not before resting. Do we know who owns the house down here?
You could find out. You don't know.
Can I, while I'm talking, can I ask while I'm inside and we're helping people or whatever? Can we find out whose house it is?
Yeah, you can find out. It's Crystal. Is
Wonder-
the lady who lives there?
Human, yeah.
She is indeed you.
I'm gonna try my nicest to be like, Crystal, do you mind if me and some of my group of friends here take some respite and rest in your house. We want to be able to see anything that may come from the hole or anything that comes from the roads. Your house has the best vantage point. I promise that we will take very good care of it. And I don't know, I'm trying to persuade her to let us rest in her house and that it would be the best, interest of both the town and her.
So give me a persuasion.
It's going to be terrible.
You got this, buddy.
Come on now.
All right, so you're reasonably persuasive, and she looks like she's considering the proposition, but then you see some of the other individuals kind of lean over and whisper, and you're able to catch bits and pieces of what they're whispering to her, and you can kind of deduce that essentially what they're saying is these are the ones who abandoned the town to this fate in the first place. I wouldn't let them anywhere near my house if it was me. And then she kind of looks at you, and her eyes get big, and she just kind of turns and walks away and doesn't give you an answer. She doesn't go far. Obviously, she's still in the shrine, but she is no longer willing to even look at you, much less speak.
Can I... Fuck. Well, since everyone else is here now, right?
I am not.
Well,
I'm still waiting for you guys to do your thing while I'm doing my thing.
Fucking fuck. I don't know. Astrid's here, right? Yeah?
Mm-hmm.
Hey, you're all cutesy and nice and you like dogs and shit. Why don't you go try to talk to her? Being fucking stupid.
Sure.
I want to point her out and say her name and be like, look, people are mad we had to leave, but I'm not going to friggin' explain to them why the hell we did it. Just trying to help them now that we're here. And, yeah. So, just mention it, that, I would explain what happened, basically. So.
Let me just see if I have any persuasion skills. I would say I'm sorry we had to leave. Something that was beyond our control, extenuating circumstances. I apologize, we scared everybody, and, we were trying to protect the town from future attacks.
She kind of looks at you incredulously, and she says, scared? Scared? Do you see all the dead, all the bodies here? Does that look like fear to you? That's death.
I'm biting my tongue. And I would say to her, there would be a lot more dead if we hadn't left. Say, if we hadn't have left when we did, there would be a lot more dead townsfolk, including you.
She just says words are cheap. I have no further interest to speak to you.
I'm not doing a very good job here because it's my cool.
It's okay. I'm nearby for this, right? With this chick being like this?
Oh, yeah, you're right there.
Oh, perfect. So, I'm gonna be like, did you see? Did you see the people that we helped? Did you see anyone?
Did you see the people who are dead?
No, I understand that. There would be many, many more. And what we're asking is for your help of a place to be able to continue to protect. That's all that my friends have done.
Plenty of trees. Go find one.
What's that? What'd she say?
He said there's plenty of trees. Go find one.
Oh! Damn, sassy.
Wow.
And did a Z snap with it.
I'm about to pull her hair. This is gonna get ugly.
Don't get ratchet.
I might. I might throw a ratchet at her face. No, I wouldn't, but... Oh, God, I'm so angry right now. I lost what I was gonna say.
I'm gonna smirk and say something about stupid people, but it's gonna be in one of my side languages that I'm sure nobody would understand. I'd be like,
Actually, what language?
Christ, pick one.
Uh-oh.
I don't think Celestial gets me in trouble, does it?
No language necessarily gets you in trouble. I just need to know which one you're speaking, because there are people other than humans here who may speak languages other than common.
Okay. Well, it's not Elvish. I'll go with Celestial. And I'm gonna shrug and be like, well, if one of those things hops up and fucking bites in your house, don't be fucking yelling for me, because I sure the hell ain't gonna help you. And with that, Airden will turn around, and she can go suck a whole bag of happiness. I'm going to head on outside and wait
And
for.
after you have stated those words, basically saying "fuck you down," if any of you are in trouble, you're dead.
That's not what I said. No.
That's how they interpreted it. What you said is, I heard the word you said. The remainder of the town folk kind of start mumbling and talking amongst themselves, and within a minute or two, it's a pretty uproarious, unanimous decision that you guys need to leave town.
Peace.
I'm gonna say to her, after we try to help everybody, and we killed the people that were eating you, you would have like been dead. Like if we hadn't come back. So
If you had helped us in the first place, none of us would have died.
wow, you are such. Oh my god.
Ilmac. Never mind, I'm gonna type.
Yeah, why are you being so ungrateful? I think you did this to the people. Honestly, you want to go there? Let's go there.
She just looks at you like you've lost your mind.
Well, so has she. So I'm gonna go tell her to go get her head healed in the shrine.
No, she's already in the shrine, but okay, you told her to go your head healed in the shrine.
Okay, man.
I'm gonna back off because I'm about to like take her hair and drown her in a bucket.
Okay, can I go real quick?
Yeah, it's probably been a couple minutes. We probably have reached a point where you are back up.
Okay, I want to take a look around the constable's place and see if anything is missing. Possibly.
But you don't see anything that's obviously missing since you're not familiar with the place. You're not sure how much you would notice in the first place, especially considering that there are things knocked over and blood splattered all over the place.
Can I look at the constable's body and see if he's, missing anything that I would know?
Well, he's not missing any limbs, and he's naked, so he's missing his clothes. But as best you can discern, the pile of clothes in the corner probably belong to him.
Okay, can I look through those and see anything?
You don't. I mean, I'm not sure what you're looking for in his clothes. You wouldn't have handled his clothes in the past to know what was in them specifically. I mean, are you looking for something specific?
I'm looking to see if anything that was on him that I would know is gone. Like any badges.
I mean, he still has his badge
anything.
of station, so that's not missing. His weapons are not on him, but that's not surprising since nobody in this room has their weapons on them anymore. And that's really the only things you would generally have seen. I mean, his apron is amongst his clothes, where, as generally it would have been.
Oh man, this is gonna be real bad. Because now that I've been gone, and if the townsfolk find these bodies, oh, where was your ally? Fuck.
Now, sometimes keeping secrets is not a good thing. Sometimes it is.
Nah, but dude, he already said. Sorry to say that out of character, but like he already said that it's multiple people. So there's no way anybody's gonna be like, "Hey, this motherfucker dead by himself." At least we have that in our favor.
With how long I've been gone, they can easily put that on me.
Well, not to mention the Greg did also disappear for a time to go with him. I mean, if you want to get to the big meaty grid and think what they could assume, there certainly are possibilities there, but...
So let's burn this fucker down and find a new town. Fuck this. Sorry. Good God.
I guess I'll start heading back up towards the shrine because I don't know what just happened.
Yeah, and Greg, who is here, And you know, based on your previous wording of, you know, putting the priority of the townspeople above killing the beast and such, he feels some bit of an affinity towards you. So as you're coming back up, he kind of relays to you that your companions have caused a ruckus, intentional or not. It did indeed go south. But you know, you guys are welcome at the Feathergale Spire if you would like to come here, or you know, there are other towns in the area. Most of them are a decent trip away, but I can point you in their direction if you would like.
I'm Ragnath nods to him and says, I need to see if I can somehow settle the townsfolk so that then they know that our actions were, you know, for their benefit rather than against. Unfortunately, it's going to be a very difficult thing, but I have to try. I have to try and make amends.
He says to you as you're walking to head over that direction, he says, well, you have to do what you have to do, but with the emotional state of the townsfolk right now, I think you'll do more harm than good. But you do what you need to do.
I would stop right there then, and looking towards Greg, um, I would kind of ask him what, you know, he feels would be the right thing to do.
He says, well, I think your teammates have already said their piece as willing as people are to listen. He says, obviously, I don't know what happened, so I have no opinion either way. You guys seem to have come in and helped at a time when they needed it, and that set you right in my book. He said, but I don't think continuing to try to talk to them is going to do anything but, you know, possibly stir up a fight, which nobody wants.
I would nod and concede to that point, and say I wouldn't really feel right leaving the town without, you know, looking down into the caves. Would we return back, or is this just, if we were to go with you to the spire, would that be like the end of this village?
He says, well,
I
I mean, I don't know what may or may not happen to the village. He said, but we would probably send some further knights to at least keep a watch over the area to, you know, help in the event of further attack. He said, as I mentioned before, we are definitely not friends of the Earth Cult. So if they are indeed the ones responsible, we would be more than happy to put them in the ground on a more permanent basis. He says, but you know, if the townsfolk are given a little time to cool down, you know, maybe they would be more receptive to your return at a later date, or maybe not. He says, I don't know, but I definitely don't think they're receptive now.
would
But he does
agree.
go on to say that he says, though, one thing that I think you can probably deduce is this cave-in in the middle of the town has to have another entrance somewhere, or the people couldn't have been living down there.
Yeah, I do agree. How far is the spire away from this town?
It's nearing a day's travel.
We
I'll
don't have time for that.
I'll
Though it
ask.
is closer than any other town. You're looking at about 2 days to get to, and he starts naming off the other places you could look at going. 2 days to get to Bridge Right or West Bridge, south and north respectively. And then to get to Belliard is going to be about 3 days, and that's through some pretty rough and dangerous terrain. And any town past that would be even further.
And how safe is the journey to the spire?
He says, well, I mean, it's reasonably safe. There's nowhere truly safe here these days, but you know, it is fairly patrolled by the Feathergale Knights, so
Why don't
you
we?
know, it's
Why don't
probably
we
one of the
just?
safer areas.
Why don't we just set up a small camp outside town and stay there for the night?
That's
Or will the townspeople like kind of try to harass us?
Well, you don't know, but on that note, we're going to pause for a 5-minute break at down to, I can make it 6 minutes to make it 3:40 even.
Okay.
okay.
Thank you.
Sounds good.
All right, guys, be right back.
Pictures the dogs took.
And I'm back. Yeah, I am back.
Yep, me too.
How does it show Astrid's awake, but her spider isn't? That's great. You see that? Astrid's character doesn't have Z's, but Persephone does.
It's because of the way it works when you give somebody a separate token is they have to click, like, if you look in the upper right hand corner of your character sheet, there's like a little white chat bubble.
Uh-huh.
If you click that, if you have 2 tokens, it sets that one as the active one. But if you don't have it selected, then the other one is treated as inactive. So that's why you see that.
Okay.
As soon as we get into game, I'm going to relay the information that I found at the library over to Greg, by the way. Just so that I don't forget.
Okay. And everybody note that if you are back, please check the box. Or circle, or whatever you want to call it.
Two more seconds, Brian will be here. Are we having a javelin contest? Pretty awesome.
Of course it's a javelin contest.
Who can throw the farthest?
Ilmac and I jousting with javelins.
I'm gonna have to start buying
That's
javelins.
awesome.
So who is it that has not checked the circle that they returned?
Brian.
Well, where is the circle? It's no longer on the screen.
The circle is way up there now.
It's way up top.
All right, so
Keep
we are
rolling, keep
resumed.
rolling.
I just spilled soda all over myself, laughing. All right.
As you were, Johnny, as you were, sir.
No, by all means, y'all go ahead and roll all day.
Cut out, turds.
Never! 1, 2, 3.
I want to learn how to do that. That's awesome.
You right click on the dice and you click if you want to roll 20, click roll 20, and then you drop it on the board.
That's a beautiful sight.
I know, right? Alright, anyway, Johnny, take it away, sir.
There's nothing for me to take away.
Okay, well, I communicate what I found at the library over to Greg. And I suppose I'm going to attempt to go over to everybody and gather them up so that then we can leave the town as requested peacefully. And we're gonna set up camp, not like directly outside the city, but like
A little ways away. Let the
yeah.
camp do us. Like maybe over by that lake, right above right above where it says Keldale Path, like that lake.
Well, what direction is the spire?
East.
East.
Oh.
So we are going to be going out this way.
So Feathergale Spire's east, West Bridge is north, and the bridge right end / Ironford is south, and then Belliard is also east. Those are basically the towns that he told you about.
But yeah, the closest thing is the spire, though. So I mean, I say we take a long rest outside of town first, and then
I
head
want
up
to talk
there.
to these Feathergale dudes.
Yeah, that's where we're going. The spire.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to this.
So Ilmac's like, so what? Are we just not going to tell him?
Tell who?
The townspeople about the dead fucking constable.
If we do that, then they can, and this is Ragnath reasoning it out. If we tell them that now, with how long I was gone trying to find out what happened, and also Greg leaving with me, they could possibly turn hostile against the Feathergale Knights, and that's the last thing that I want to do.
Airden spits on the ground and says, fuck them. Let them find their own shit. Let's go.
No, because then they're going to think.
I don't give a shit what they're going to think. Fuck them.
It's not going to be a good outcome either way, from what I can tell. Let them find it and figure it out amongst themselves.
Okay, I mean, Ilmac's just going to shrug and just get to walking. You don't give a fuck.
You gotta
Ragnath,
you gotta grab our buddy, man. You gotta grab our buddy, dude. Go back, big boy.
Oh, yeah.
I can't carry him.
Sorry. Yep, so Ilmac's going to snatch up Chromagus.
Oh, wait. Can the spider carry him? Is that a thing?
I think so. Yeah, she can. She's pretty.
How big is the damn spider?
Yeah.
She can bite him and.
Is it a damn horse?
She can bite him and drag him.
She's not the size of a horse, but she is medium size, so it's a big motherfucking spider.
And she's beefy. I mean, she's a chunky girl. That's okay. I mean, she can drag him.
Her curves in here are beautiful.
Right.
Hey, thick is a good thing.
She
Or
probably
thorax.
could not
Mandibles.
carry him for an extended distance. She could, if you put the, like laid him on top of her, she could probably carry him for a short distance, but it wouldn't be something she could carry very far.
Oh, okay. Well, then maybe Ilmac should. She'll drag him a little bit in the dirt.
So Ilmac is going to park the crowd like he's Jesus, and go snatch up Chromagus, and just growl at the townspeople as he passes back through them. I'm sure.
I'm
With
pretty
no issue.
sure. Pretty sure I'm gonna spend half this time of this campaign getting carried around.
Happens to the worst of us.
So this little house, right? As we're traveling, somebody at this house, are we literally just going outside of town saying screw it?
Yeah.
All right, cool. Let's keep going down this road then, and we.
Of course, we're going to take a short, or of course, we're going to do our short rest or whatever for Chromagus to wake up or whatever it is. Unless, actually, no, wait, no, that doesn't make sense. Astra could just use Cure Wounds, and then we can do a long rest because she's going to get that back.
All right, so before you head out of town, let me go and relay a couple of things here for you so you can make an appropriate assessment. If you go down the Cairn Road, which is the path you're going on now, that is the way that will eventually lead to Ironford and the bridge right in. You could go down that way a little bit and then cut through the hills to get to Feathergale Spire, which is certainly a thing. If you go up the large path, which is kind of more northeast, there's a clearer path. It is more traveled, which I guess could be a good and a bad thing, to go that way. So, actually, let me
Which one is the fastest way to the
give
spire?
you the sheet.
Oh shit!
So this is the Desarian Valley.
This whole map is the Desarian Valley.
Correct.
Okay.
And where's the spire?
He tells you it's up this way, as he points in a direction. He can't actually show you. He doesn't have a map on him that shows exactly where it's at, but he points in a direction that would lead you towards. Actually, I guess his point would be more like this.
Then, yeah, we'll head up the larch path then, if that is agreed upon by everybody, and head over to the Feathergale Spire.
We are
Short-
headed outside, just outside of town, and the most comfortable, mossy, peaty, whatever place we can sit and rest is what we're doing. There's no way we're walking down any damn road like this.
Oh,
Yeah.
well, yeah.
Okay, I just want to make sure, because it sounded like, hey, we're just going to start walking down the fucking road, carrying homie on a spider's back.
No, we're gonna take a rest and all
Okay.
that stuff.
Yes, okay.
But we're deciding which direction we're taking. And I said larch path because
That's
since
fine with
that's the path, then I would
Okay,
think that would
so
be
y'all
the
go up
best.
the large path. You're setting up your camp. You're maybe a mile out of town. You want to be right by town, but you don't want to go too far either. So you've got your little campfire set up out in the woods, if you choose to have one or not, as you see fit. Sarah, are you going to go ahead and cast Cure Wounds on Chromagus to bring him back to consciousness?
Honestly, I think I was mistaken. I don't think I have an extra ones because.
Okay, so then y'all just going to take a rest for 1d4 hours, how long it takes to get him conscious, and then do a long rest?
What? Nobody has any healing spells or anything?
No, they've all been used up. That's what she just said. She was the only one who would have had one when she used it.
Okay.
Hold
Yeah, it
on,
was
let
kind-
me.
He can't. I never mind. That was stupid to ask. I was going to say, I guess he can't use second wind while he's unconscious.
No. So y'all rest for about 2 hours. Chromagus comes back to consciousness.
Oh my God, where the hell are we? What the hell's going on?
Man, you missed a whole bunch of bullshit.
Did any of you guys take notes? Of
Yeah.
course I hear crickets.
No,
Designated note taker doesn't get any notes taken for him.
Oh,
No,
I
he's
got plenty
unconscious.
of notes. I got plenty of notes, but Ragnath is not exactly the happiest camper, so he's not saying jack shit.
well, here. So, Eridan sees him, and so, how are you saying it to him? How are you saying it to...
I'm not
What?
sure who or what you're asking.
No, I was asking Cro-Magnus, how are you? You're asking about what? Notes? Or are you asking about what happened?
Yeah, I just want to know what happens. I figure you guys would have probably noted it down. I mean, if a lot has happened, you remember it all?
Yeah, sure, gotta kind
I
of...
mean, I got a strange feeling this is going to take an hour and a half if there's no notes for me to read through.
Notes? Is this the thing? Yes? No? I have no clue.
I mean,
I
we
don't know
didn't
what you're
take,
asking.
like notes written down in character. I have notes written down like out of character for myself. But
So, hold on. Can I... Yeah, I didn't... Eridan didn't write any fucking notes about that. It didn't have anything to do with magic spells. But, after you rest, man, because it's only going to take me 4 hours or so, I'll do my best to kind of write what I can remember and tell you whenever everybody gets back up.
Oh, that sounds like a plan.
All right, so Greg will join your group on the rest if everybody's okay with that.
Yep.
Who
Alright,
is this
so-
guy? Oh, go ahead, sorry.
He extends a hand. He says, "I'm Greg, Feathergale Knight from the Feathergale Spire. Pleased to meet you."
Nice to meet you. I'm Chromagus, or probably
You're
don't
the
know
one
much
who
about
was
me.
napping the whole day. I understand.
Yeah, pretty much. I was dreaming
You
about
missed a great battle. And
dreaming
lots of
about
death
eating
and
some
blood
chocolate
and
ice
gore
cream and
Yeah. I'm just gonna start.
All right, so as y'all are settling in, you haven't actually taken your long rest yet. This is after the 2 hours for Chromagus to become conscious, but before the actual rest even begins. I'm just gonna kind of give you a mood setting of what's going on in the area that you've chosen to rest. So the immediate area is in some small treed area. It's not like a forest, but you're heading towards the forest. It's got some grass and some stuff that you could lay on reasonably well. It's also got some tree and stuff you can use for shade and cover. To the east of where you're at, it didn't strike anybody as odd initially, though Astrid probably would have taken note of it. But as towards the 2 hours had come on, what she definitely noticed and could have relayed to everyone else, as well as Greg would have noticed this as well, is there's a large number of vultures and crows and other scavenger type birds circling around a ways to your east. Not in a direct path towards the Feathergale Spire, but in that general direction. Like the Feathergale Spire would be east by northeast, and this is more directly east. And you figure it would probably be a mile or two, maybe a bit further. It's hard for you to tell for sure just by the circling birds, but there is something going on over there that you can do with it as you please.
We'll worry about that after the rest.
Okay, assuming nobody wants to do anything with that information, then you can begin your rest process. Do we have an order of who's going to keep watch when?
I'll go first.
Okay.
Hey, guys, before we rest, what happened to the town? I mean, why aren't we sleeping there?
In the morning, Chromagus.
All right, fine.
I'll just say it's my fault and go to sleep. I'm not going to sleep. I mean, tell Cro-Magnus to go to sleep.
Well, I've been sleeping all day, but I guess I probably need some more.
All right, so again, are we going to set up a watch order, or is everybody just going to sleep?
No,
I'll go after Aridin.
I guess I'll
Okay,
go
where's
third.
Aridin going?
first.
So Aridin's going first.
Ilmac
And then
second.
Ilmac, then Ragnath, Astrid, Chromagus. I assume Astrid, you'll probably take it up third or fourth.
Yeah, I'll
rather?
go last. It's fine.
Okay, so first watch goes by no problems. Second watch also goes by no problem. By the time you hit the third watch, there's still no problem, but you're into the night. Well into the night now. This is about hitting midnight on the third watch. And then on into the fourth watch, you're coming into, it wraps up around 2 in the morning. Maybe 3 if you push it back a little bit. So it is still quite dark, but you have completed your long rest.
And it's still dark.
Oh, it's 3 in the morning.
I guess
Oh,
we can.
super early.
I guess we can continue resting until the sun starts coming up.
Yeah, I will watch over the party. Who was last up?
Astrid had last watch.
Yeah, Astrid, I don't need as much sleep, so you can just kind of poke me, tell me you didn't see shit, and I will take the last little bit of the watch here until the sun comes up.
Okay. Thank you.
Johnny, question. So I'm level 3, so I'm supposed to have 3 hit die, right?
Yes.
So on the long rest, I gain half my total hit die rounded down, right?
Correct.
So I presently have 2 hit die. Why is that?
Because you used one when you got healed.
No. When I used that one, I had no hit die left. I'm saying I have 2 hit die now. I should have 1, I believe.
Oh, I thought you were saying that you had too many. Or I thought you said you had too little.
No, I'm saying I have 2 hit. I think I have.
And you
2
did. I thought you had retained a second one because of your long rest or because of your level up, but maybe not. But I'm not gonna worry about it either way because I don't know. I don't track exactly when everybody uses their hit dice, so I don't know why you would or wouldn't have a third one or a second.
Okay.
One.
Okay. All right, I'll let it ride then. Shit, we need it.
And while this is happening, I'm going to use one of my pieces of parchment paper to kind of write down as good of a what happened from our time, so that I
You'll
can
also have that 3 hour or so window from the time 3 o'clock hit and the long rest was officially completed until morning to just talk with Chromagus as well if you prefer.
Oh yeah, okay, then let's do that. Well, he's still sleeping. I was letting everyone else sleep. Are Cro-Magnus, you're just going to continue to sleep once the long rest is done because it's 3 in the morning?
I think I'll need, what, 6 hours of rest? So after that first 6 hours, I would have been up. So at least the last two, I should have been up to be able to talk with you.
All right, so me and you sitting around a campfire then, I guess?
Yeah.
Sure. So I kind of tell you with a little bit of disdain for the stupid people in the town that we just left about what happened, and I'm just gonna share all the information and how they started getting all pissy, and we decided to head on out. And we took good care of you, buddy.
And are you also going to relay the specifics about the bodies?
Yes, all that I know about all of the going-ons of that sort of stuff, and what Greg had told Ragnath, what Ragnath had said to us.
Okay, and we will just assume that you are in fact able to recall all that well enough to give him a complete relation of all the information that happened.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. So what did Ragnath walk into?
Bunch of people, all chopped up.
Wow. Jesus. Actually, I would say, oh, Jimash.
Sorry.
He was waiting to use that for so long, but it's okay. It was good. It was fantastic.
Yeah, so I'll explain it the best that I can. I don't know anything about the cultist, and this Greg seems like a good guy. Greg is sleeping, right?
He would have woken up at this point. He doesn't have any reason to sleep past 8 hours. He
Nah.
already got his 8 hours sleep. He didn't keep a watch, so.
All right, well then, shit. I'm not gonna rib him. Never mind. So yeah, am I? Nah. So yeah, I relay all that information. You now have been filled in. We've been sitting around the fire. I threw some logs in there, and as soon as everyone else gets up, I'm gonna.
So what's the name of these people we're going after?
I believe they. Oh, I don't think we're going after anybody. The people that did that shit were called Earth cultists.
Well, we're going after them, right? I mean,
Right now, we're just getting the hell out of town and going towards the Spire.
what's at the Spire?
It's where Greg is from.
Oh, all right. Sounds like a plan.
Well, it's better than staying in town with all those stupid
Well,
people.
Well, yeah, I mean, how many times do we have to help them and they don't like us? I mean,
Well,
ridiculous.
glad you're feeling better. And yeah. Is Ilmax awake? Yeah?
Yeah, he's up.
Cool. I'm gonna ask you if you need any more javelins. I'm gonna be like,
As an aside, as soon as Cro-Magus says that, he says, "Oh, helping the town by abandoning them, right?" And then he falls silent again.
I don't know what you're talking about, man. We went to take care of the necromancer. We came back. We helped him against the ant hags, or character would know. If not, I would say those burrowing creatures. I mean, I don't know what else they could ask for us.
Going nowhere.
Was that?
Necromancer wasn't going anywhere. Yet a crisis in the town that we were trying to help happened right beneath our feet, and then we decided to leave them.
We just know it was a sinkhole. A necromancer. We know is evil. We knew he was killing people.
You went down there and it was obvious that there was not exactly just a sinkhole.
We don't know what was burrowing under there. Could have been just
No, we
harmless
didn't.
creatures.
Exactly, it could have been.
But
However, it was not
but
because we
did
didn't even
know.
look.
But we did know the necromancer right outside town, capturing living people, turning them into zombies. I mean, I think the decision's pretty clear.
What time is it right now?
Yeah, y'all are still pre-6.
That is not completely clear at all. How would that be clear? We're in the town. If the necromancer came to the town, that means he came out of his cave, in which he left all of his fortifications out wherever the fuck he was.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Yeah, sure. I mean,
Ilmac yells out rather loudly, "There's no fucking point arguing about this. This isn't gonna bring those people back. This isn't gonna fix anything. All we can do now is move forward."
Right, sweep it under the rug.
I'm
And Ragnar just goes quiet again.
I'm going to conjure a small illusion of some hands just clapping near Ilmac. Yeah, I'm not gonna say anything to Ragnath. Just observe that little thing with Cro-Magnus.
Ilmac just roars over at Ragnath. Look, I understand you have a problem with the loss of life, but you also need to understand people die every day, and you can't save everybody. Crying
I
over
don't
the dead ain't gonna bring them back.
I don't got a problem with the loss of life. What I do have a problem with is completely abandoning people who we could have helped for some
Well,
necromancer that's out 2 hours away.
You could have stayed in town. I mean, the rest of us could have gone without you. I mean, nobody forced you to come.
Right, I'll remember that the next time.
Okay, well, good.
well, then Ilmac says we all make mistakes, and we can't undo them. All we can do is live with them.
I mean,
So
the party can separate. I mean, sure, we're stronger together, but can separate. We don't have to be glued at the hips.
anyway,
I'll
so
remember that the next time that you're down and I have healing hands available. The party can
Oh
separate.
boy,
when Ilmac wakes up, or
I just roll my eyes to that.
after Ilmac separates the bickering couple here, he offers an alternative solution going to the spire because we're still just outside of town, right? Just a little ways.
If that was aimed at me, yes, you are, a
Yes.
mile or so out of town.
It's still early. We could sneak back into the town and go investigate what's in that hole. Just alternatively to going to the spire. Because and the only reason I'm suggesting that is because while we're still fresh afoot, we can still, if anybody here is good at that sort of thing, tracking people down. I know what would that be, like a survival check? If I mean, just I guess towards Johnny, you know, being that Ilmac was a war veteran or something, I figured that's something he might have learned. Uh, track people, so would that be like a survival check roll if he could do that?
Yeah, to track somebody would be survival.
Okay. Well, yeah. Ilmac is betting that their tracks are still pretty fresh, and they had to have gone back out of that hole. Like it wouldn't have made sense for them to leave anywhere else, especially since they were coming out of the ground. I think we could track them down, and while the hunt is still fresh, and then we can go to the spire later.
We don't know that they needed to use that hole though. For all that we know, they could have just teleported out. There's a lot of different things that sorcerers can use.
We know these are these are earth mancers or whatever. That's what we do know, and obviously they use this tunnel for their transportation. Otherwise, it wouldn't have popped up here for no reason. This had to have been their means of transportation.
It's possible. I'm just saying, there's a lot of different routes that they could take, especially going down into the ground. That means that they could have a long network of tunnels.
True.
Well, as y'all are talking about this, Greg says that he will not be sneaking into the town to go underground because he doesn't have anywhere he can leave his vulture safely. So if y'all do choose to go back, he will hold outside and wait for you to come back out.
Would he be safe with the townspeople?
Oh, well, the townspeople are not a threat to Greg either way. He can just fly away.
I mean, regardless, though, they're not aggressive against the Feathergale.
I mean, I know, I understand. While everybody at this point is sort of saying "fuck the townspeople," they can solve their own problems. But I mean, I would say, at least in the case of our newfound ally Greg, I mean, this would, I mean, to Ilmac, Ilmac seems that there's a lot more going on here than just some random attack, because this village is just some little hole in the wall, no name village, and they went through all this trouble to torture the dude and to find some information and leave.
Well, I will toss
kind of,
out in regards to that this was just a small, no-name little village where nothing really happened. Recently, there has been a party of adventurers doing all kinds of stuff around the village.
Oh.
well, but point of the matter is, we do know that they came to this village for a reason. They came for the freaking no name constable who runs a butcher shop,
I don't think so.
and they tortured him for that information. There's information missing from the library.
Well,
So I'm saying, what could have been so damn important that they came to this no name village, tortured the constable? Obviously, the constable knew something and wasn't telling nobody.
someone as egotistical as yourself, you wouldn't presume that they're trying to thwart our helping the area, as I put that in air quotes, because apparently we're helping no one.
I don't know. Ilmac just shrugs it off and he says it's just a suggestion.
I mean, a war
I don't
veteran of
care.
your stature, or, I'm sure they're trying to get, information about you. That's probably why they tortured these poor townsfolk.
Ilmac stomps over to Chromagus and he's all like, and he holds the Great Maul to his face and he's like, "You remember what it felt like the last time I hit you with this?"
I'm trying to give you a compliment, man. You should learn how to take one.
He just grunts and puts the Great Maul back and just leans against the tree and just looks away from the group.
Well, we could go back in town. I doubt the townspeople are going to do much. We could march in that hole and explore around, at least look into it. There might be consequences for that.
Well, I mean, what's least likely to get Ragnath's panties in a bunch? Last time we left town, you're upset about it. So what do you want to do? I don't want to feel like we're not doing what you feel we should be doing right now.
Ragnath is just gonna shake his head and be like, "The last time I tried to speak up and say something, apparently it was ignored. So why the fuck do you care now?"
Clearly we had a misunderstanding. We just have different assessments of threats. So I'm asking you now, try to get on the same page,
The only
What do you
place that
think
I
we
want to
should do?
go right now is to go to Feathergale and to understand exactly what we're up against. Until then,
I'm fine with that. That's what you want to do. All right. I'm for it.
So it is
There's
what?
3 other people who haven't spoken up yet.
I'll go to Feathergill.
Fuck the town, Ilmac says. Just turns around and
When you say that, I would chuckle.
And Aridin,
All right.
what's your vote in this situation?
Well, I'm not the swing vote, am I? Nah. So
No.
then onward we go. What about that stuff we just saw to the east? We're gonna go check that out. It's kind of on our way. Is there
Those
any-
just vultures, right? Swoop around dead bodies. I mean, that's all we saw, right? Vultures or something.
Yep.
Yeah, maybe can't Greg go fly and go check it out? See, hi,
yeah,
hi.
I was about to say.
Hey, Greg. Hey, buddy.
I'm all Greg.
Come on, Greg.
I had to.
Greg will go scout it out.
All right, thanks, Greg. Here, have.
It's always the downside to giving somebody the ability to fly. He goes
boy,
and scouts
Greg,
it for
good
you,
boy.
comes back, said there's a bunch of vultures and some bodies.
Is there any detail about the bodies? Are they?
Nope.
Are they naked?
You don't know.
Wow, Greg. I mean, come on.
How far away?
Maybe half a day.
Is
Holy
it on
moly.
our way?
Only because you're going through the hills, though.
Oh.
Is it on our way?
Well, no, not really. I mean, if you take the road, that would be the easiest path through. But again, you could cut through the hills if you choose as well.
Is cutting through the hills quicker?
No.
S-
Of course it is, and we're on a road right now.
So down the path? I mean, let Greg is like, hey guys.
Well, I mean, we do have a ranger with us. Sure.
Yeah,
if-
yeah. Shouldn't this be part of his patrol? Like, ain't you looking for stuff like that? Shouldn't you be investigating that?
Well, we have Astrid with us, and I mean, Astrid's an experienced ranger, and difficult terrain doesn't slow our group's travel down.
Well,
Correct.
technically, the quote difficult terrain does not, but the fact you've got to go 300 feet up a hill and then come 300 feet down a hill to cover 60 feet of distance definitely slows you down, because that's 200 feet to cover the same 60 feet.
Goddamn elevation. For the path we go!
Well, apparently, we should have hired a wizard instead of a ranger.
Yeah, I'm pretty much useless.
Fuck it, we're going down March.
Okay, so
Is that the
Greg
consensus?
flies over with you.
Is everybody cool with that? Silence, crickets.
Yeah? I'm good.
Speak up or forever hold your peace. And down March Road we go.
All right, and Greg says he will be flying ahead of you guys to go to the spire to let everyone know that you're coming, so there's no misunderstandings. As not everybody who comes to the spire is friendly. Want to make sure that there's no misunderstandings, that combat ensues somewhere or someone gets needlessly injured or detained. So he will go meet with his brethren and make ready for you, and he flies off. So you guys travel up the path about a day, roundabout.
Oh, wait. We didn't go to the vultures?
No, they said the large path, right? Isn't that
Yeah,
what you
that's
said?
Yeah.
And
that's
everybody
what I
voted
said.
yes?
Large, because Large Path was the straightaway, and that's why I oh my god, this is why I was trying to communicate with you guys, but nobody said anything.
No, yeah. We're going the right way. Down a large path.
That's the away from the vultures, so that everybody's on the same page.
That is
Well,
correct.
we don't want to know what the dead bodies are?
So I will ask once again: are we going down Large Path, which is the way away from the vultures, but the straightest, clearest shot, or are we going to go check out the vultures, which is out of the way? It's going to take us longer to get there.
Well, I don't think we're in a rush, right? I mean, you don't see dead bodies every day. Oh, wait.
Well, you may not because you're sleeping. But
Ilmac does not mind either way. But like I said, I just threw that out there because nobody was saying anything. So if you have something to say, please speak up.
I've already made my decision.
And you're taking Larch, right? Away from the vultures.
Yes, sir.
Astrid, which way are you taking? Or which way do you vote, rather?
I'm honestly, I kind of want to go with the majority. I really don't have a vote. Just existing
Oh my god.
for you guys to make up your mind.
But like your vote is part of the majority. Like we need you to pick one because that's what everybody's trying to do. They're trying to pick.
So Ragnath is the large path. What were your choice, Airden?
I don't mind going to check out the vultures. Because I'm of the mind of fuck the town for the way they've been. So if we come back and everything, they're all eaten, then it's whatever. So
There you go. Let's just make this easy. This way y'all can vote in silence, so nobody even has to know if you don't want to cause a conflict, and you can just make the decision later. Everybody, check if you want to go for Larch, X if you want to check the bodies. All right, so whoever has not voted Does not even matter. Bodies it is.
I continue down the path.
Okay. So you going down the path. Greg has flown on to the Feathergill Spire already. And the other 4 of you go to check out the bodies. It's going to take a few hours to get there, probably about 6 hours to get to the bodies, over the hills, up and down, and then, of course, locating exactly where they are, as there are a lot of vultures in this, circling around this area here. Astrid is able to lead you guys pretty effectively, though. And on a barren hilltop a few miles from Red Larch, you find 4 freshly dug graves. The earth scraped out for the holes is piled nearby, although hastily gathered stones cover the graves. Faint smell of death hangs in the air, and several vultures circle overhead.
So were these essentially bodies that were dug up out of the ground?
No, most of the bodies are buried in the ground. If you continue to search around, you will also see there are a couple of bodies, which presumably are what Greg saw, that have not been buried, but they are somewhat nondescript, what you would consider basically bandit attire. You know, they got leather armor and short swords and short bows.
All right, so maybe I might be confused. Does it look like these were buried and came out, or it looks
No.
like someone was starting to do burying and they got interrupted
Neither.
or left?
None of the above. So there are a couple of bodies out in the trees that are around the area. Those presumably what Greg saw, because he mentioned that there were bodies.
Yeah.
Those look to be in some basic type of bandit attire, light armor, light
Okay.
weaponry. On top of the hill, there are 4 freshly dug graves. The dirt is scooped out of the grave, so the dirt is on the hill. The bodies are in the graves, and rocks are covering the bodies. So you can tell, at this point, all you can tell is that there are 4, quote, graves with rocks over them. What's actually inside, you don't know, other than obviously, like I said, you do have the 3. Actually, if you search long enough, you'll find there's a total of 5 bandit bodies, but what you see so far is only 2.
You don't see any hostiles, right? Are the vultures acting in typical
Yeah, they're
scavenger
vultures.
behavior?
They're trying to,
Okay.
eat without being eaten, basically.
Yeah, I mean, if they're acting like they typically are just the scavenger behavior, then I would want to search the area and search the bodies.
Okay, well, like I said, if you search long enough, you will find there are indeed 4 bodies of bandits. They have no coinage or anything on them, though if you wanted arrows or leather armor, those items do exist there. Let me ask before I say as you, are you going to climb to the top of the hill where the buried individuals are and dig them up, or what's your plan in regard to that?
How far away is that from where the other?
No, it's about 100-yard circle around that covers the entirety of where the aftermath is.
How big are the rocks that are on top of them? Or are they something
They're
where you just
not
like
very
push
big.
off, or
There's just a bunch of small rocks. There's not like a big slab of a stone over the top. It's just a bunch of small to medium-sized rocks that were in the area that they used to cover it up.
how? If I had to estimate how many hours, could I have to get like a rough estimate? Think of one.
If you
or-
all pitched in, it would probably take you, depending on how thorough you want to be, if you just want to dig up enough of the bodies to see what's there, you could probably do it in an hour, hour and a half for each of them. If you want to actually dig up all the bodies and pull them out and investigate them, you're probably looking at somewhere between 3 and 5 hours, depending.
What do you guys think?
I mean, does this look exactly suspicious?
I mean, it looks like a party of newbie adventurers came out, had a little misunderstanding with some trappers, and then dug them some graves. I mean,
Actually, this will be for you, Astrid, if you can give me investigation.
Sure.
And go ahead and do it with advantage.
Okay. Oh crap! I didn't do it with advantage.
It's alright, just roll another normal roll.
Another normal roll. Okay.
Yep. Alright, so it's not overly difficult to discern at least a reasonable assessment of what happened here. Obviously, you don't know any specifics, but you and anyone else who spends appropriate time would be able to work together to figure out that there was a reasonably large battle here of some type. As you're kicking the grass around and covering the dirt, you find a lot of, reasonably speaking, a lot of arrows and crossbow bolts broken or buried in the ground. Recent stuff, though, they're not like buried feet down or anything, but and you can tell there was a reasonable size engagement that happened here. And heading off to the northeast, you see there are a decent number of footsteps as well.
You think these are the orcs?
Northeast.
You think are these those orcs, or like, or can we look at the weapons and tell if they're like orcish in nature?
These weapons look to be fairly well cared for, so it could still fall within the realm of orcs, but most orcs aren't as careful with the weapon quality as these are.
Okay.
And they headed to the northeast, and that's where we were heading before, so a little bit worried
Your
about...
direction towards Feathergale
right?
Spire from here would be more north by northeast. This is more straight northeast. So there could still be some, possibility that they are heading towards the spire, but if you were to just take a quick assessment, you would say probably not.
Well, what do you guys
And it
think?
does look like some of the footsteps are fairly deep, so either these are some really heavy individuals or they were carrying pretty heavy loads.
Well, we got someone who could probably track this, sounds like. Do we want to follow this trail? It seems like it's slightly off our way, but we're here now. Or do we want to try to head back to where we would meet up with Ragnath? What's the
Okay.
census here?
By looking at the dead bodies, like, are there like any insignias or anything on their armor as to ascertain like where they're from, their origins or anything?
Well, y'all haven't dug up the other bodies yet, so there's not anything there. The 5 quote bandit types don't have any insignia that note anything special about them, though they are humans and half elves.
Okay, well then I will dig up one of the graves. It'll have to take time.
Yeah, it sounds like a good idea. I'd help him.
All right, so you'll spend about an hour. You dig one of them up. You find it is not an individual grave; it's a mass grave. There are a few corpses inside. In this first grave, there's nothing significant as you're shifting through the bodies until you get to the very last one on the bottom. That one has a brown, earth-colored mask over its face.
Huh. Let me
Like it still has eye holes and a mouth hole, but it's just like an earth-colored mask.
Right. I'm gonna pull the mask off.
Okay, it's just a human guy.
Why was he wearing? I'm gonna pull the mask out. Show it to him. Why was he wearing this? Okay, goddamn it. Now I'm gonna be curious. Why was this dude at the bottom? Like, are the other graves like this? All right, I'm gonna have to dig up another grave.
Yeah,
Okay.
I'd help him. It's like a good investigation.
Okay, you dig up the second grave. This one has a dwarf dressed in sometimes of some type rather of artisan's robes, probably a blacksmith or a blacksmith's apprentice. There's a human female who's carrying a great axe, a black great axe, and actually for you, Ilmac, since you're previous military, that is a symbol of the Mirabar army. The Mirabar army wears great axes. They wear black great axes. Let me specify that.
He knows all too well.
And there's also this one is also on the body. Another human. This one is dressed all in black, and this one does not have a mask on, but this one has armor that's made out of stone. Not actual stone, but it looks like stone. It's like a long, kind of like a trench coat, a long coat, and the coat is dyed the color of stone. And as you're checking it out, you're like, that's a little odd. But the coat moves as you pick it up, so you can tell it's not really stone. But then as you move it, what you notice is some parts of it are stiff. And then as you get to inspecting it, you can tell there actually are some stone plates inserted into the arm, into the underside of the vest or jacket or coat or whatever you want to call it. So they are essentially wearing, quote, stone armor.
Huh.
Oh, and actually there is one other individual. And this one probably catches your notice more than any of the others. It is also a human male. This one is wearing, it's a little tough to tell at first, but as you pull them out and wipe it off a little bit, you can tell that the robe is actually white. But the part that gets your attention the most is the shoulders of the armor are decorated in feathers.
Well, the stone, is that, would I consider that like a classification of heavy armor or medium armor?
You've never encountered it before, so you have no
Well,
idea.
I mean, like, would it be considered a heavy armor class or a medium armor class?
The armor is very heavy, but you don't know what classification it would be unless you want to pull it out and try to use it.
Yeah, I'd want to do that. I mean, it looks pretty interesting.
Okay,
If it's
you put it
something we've
on,
never seen
and you
before.
can tell it is very restrictive. And you figure it would probably fall into a heavy classification because not many people would even be able to wear it.
Well, Ilmac's
What's
going to
the
stop him. Ilmac's going to stop him because this guy is ex-military, right? Ilmac's going to stop him and say,
Well, I
no.
thought-
No, this guy is not. This body is not ex-military. The body of the ex-military individual was a female, and she was not actually wearing any armor. She just had a black axe.
Okay. Okay, well, shit, maybe she was like buried with her father's black axe or whatever. But Ilmac turns and looks at the axe and just kind of grimaces and looks away from it and just it seems to like almost repel him. But so quick question: why is it interesting that there's feathers on the shoulder plates of this third individual?
That's up to you to assess.
Do you need a perception check?
That is up for you to
Oh.
assess, not a roll.
Oh.
And if you want to know the specifics of the armor, Brian, it
Yep.
would be treated as split mail from the armor class consideration, but it would have a strength 18 requirement not to have your speed reduced.
18.
That's correct.
Holy moly.
This is full of stone plates. This armor is massively heavier than the chainmail you're wearing.
Frigate, I think it's worth the 10-speed penalty. What's what?
It gives 17 AC as opposed to your 16.
Hell yeah. I'm all for that one more AC.
Okay, you don the armor of the stones. Okay.
Huh?
What
Just
you gonna do? There's still two more graves if you choose to dig those up, or are you gonna track somebody? You're gonna head to
keep
Fairfield
digging.
Spire.
I'm going to pick up the armor with the feathery shoulders. And,
It's not an armor; it's a white robe. But okay.
I mean, but yeah.
Well, it's actually a brown robe at this point, but it used to be white.
Wait, I'm sorry. Describe the robe one more time. The whole robe.
Well, it's a robe that used to be white, but is now covered in dirt and blood, so it's
Of
more a
course.
brownish black robe, and it has feathers on the shoulders.
Okay. I'm gonna pick it up and.
And as you're checking that one out, and as Chromagus is stripping the armor off of the other guy and putting it on, you do notice that the deaths of all these individuals were either piercing wounds, many of which still have the arrows sticking in them, or heavy bludgeoning attacks that crush their skulls or major bone shattering stuffs.
Do you have a weight assessment for this armor? Sorry. Just trying to enter it. Oh, I know the
Yeah, just a
18
second.
requirement. I'm just trying to get a weight so that I know which I can carry.
It is 95 pounds.
All right. Woo. Joke.
Looking at this robe, do I notice anything in particular upon closer inspection?
It's got wings on it, or feathers on it rather, and it's covered in blood and dirt.
Is it big enough for me to put on?
You would probably rip it in multiple seamed locations, but you certainly could try. This robe was probably made for somebody in the range of 150, 160, maybe 200 pounds of a fairly tall, slender build.
Not a giant. Well,
And it also was not made for somebody with large muscles. You can probably discern that as well. So you
right up
might
Eric,
actually rip it into little pieces.
right up Eridan's alley. Here you go, Bodie.
All right, I'm gonna check it out.
Okay, you note the exact same thing he noted.
Wonderful.
You could wear it, but it would actually be a little big on you since you are a fairly small individual. But you could wear it without any hindrance if you chose. But there does not appear to be any overtly special thing about it to make you want to put it on unless you just want to.
Yeah, is there blood and dirt and stuff on it?
Yep, covered in blood and dirt. Got a couple holes in it from arrows, which you would assess is probably what killed them since one of them is right above the general area of the heart.
Yeah, I'm not putting that shit on. I'll keep my clothes with the acid burns on it. Because I'll just... It doesn't seem magical or anything cool in nature, so screw it. Let's get back to digging these other ones up, I guess.
Well, then give it here if you won't keep it.
I said I'm gonna keep it, you big, tall lug. I said I'm just not gonna wear it now.
All right.
All right, and as you guys resume digging the other holes, you know, Aridin, he's not so much digging as just supervising because digging is not really his thing. Probably the same with Astrid. But as those two are kind of keeping watch, you know, to make sure that nothing sneaks up on you or whatever, you know, just a couple things they notice. You can see the town of Red Larch from here because you're at a pretty good elevation, but it's a tiny little bitty speck in the distance. You can tell you're quite some ways away from it. And then as you look to the north by northeast, up on a more of a mountain than a hill in this case, you see a large spire sticking pretty substantially high up into the air.
Cool. So we can
And
see.
that is the general direction of where you were told that the Feathergale Spire is. You don't know for sure that that's it, but it would seem a reasonable assessment. And then back to the digging. You guys spend a couple more hours digging up the last two graves. Nothing substantial in either one of these, just more of the same. There are actually no more of the masks or the stone armors. What you do find are 5 more of the black axes with the Mirabar army attire that go with them, and you find a couple more female. You can't say for sure, but based on their light attire, they were probably scouts or rangers. Though they are also wearing the. They have green. Well, it's mostly black and brown now, but you can tell that it used to be green armor on, probably for blending into the surroundings. But on the inside, over their chest, is the symbol of the Mirabar army.
No magic spells, no scrolls, no just axes, green armor,
Yep, nothing
mask.
overly useful here that is outside the norm, other than there was the mask, the used to be white robe, and then the armor of stone plates.
Ilmac, can we sell those axes, or what's up?
No, those need to stay with the dead.
All right, Eridan's gonna shrug.
And none of those ranger soldiers were wearing any armor?
Yeah, they were wearing greenish, like I said, what used to be green chest pieces, which is just leather armor.
Just leather. Okay. One no.
All right, so what? Toss them all back in the hole? Or what are we doing, Ilmac?
Keep the mask.
Oh.
Keep his stone armor.
I don't know what this mask is about. Well, can I do a perception check on the mask?
Yeah, it's a mask.
I mean,
I don't know what you want from me. Honestly, it's just a mask.
Okay,
you don't know
no.
what it is other than it's a mask.
Okay,
Well,
no, that's what I'm saying. Like, I don't know
well-
if there's like some hidden,
Hold on.
thing
Hold
on.
on.
I held it up
Elmac.
to the light just right.
Elmac, why don't we leave that with our friend Aridin here, who could study that because he's not a digger? And do we dig them all up by now, or is there any?
Yeah, you'll have digged up the 4 graves. You'll have dug up the 4 graves.
Well, I was.
All right. Well, why don't
Yeah.
we leave him to study the mask? I mean, whenever we get a short rest, and why don't we continue on? I guess, right? There's
Well,
nothing else we can get here.
Can
or-
Sure.
Can I rest and watch while they're doing that? Because we dug that up in the first grave, so yeah. reasonable?
Oh, well, yeah, I mean, I'm not sure what you're trying to do. You can certainly keep watch while you're just chilling here.
Well, they want to know if there's something more about this mask or if it's just a,
And it's still a mask.
wonderful.
No matter how many hours you stare at it or what rolls you throw at it, it's still a mask.
I'm going to hand it back to Ilmac and be like, just like you, sir, it is pretty plain, and it is just a mask.
Wow.
Although for you, Eridan, I will give you a... I should just make you remember this, but I'll give you an intelligence roll at disadvantage.
Give
You
me
need to reach a 15.
15? Come on. All right, dice.
So him and I are both sages.
You said which one? Investigation?
Wait a second.
No, just a straight ant roll.
Just a straight intelligence roll at disadvantage? Come on.
Okay, you do not know what that mask is.
Wait a second. Didn't those zombies and stuff have masks and weird costumes?
Nothing like this. They did indeed, but they were dressed for entertainment.
But is this mask like one of the masks that they were wearing?
No.
Okay, never mind. Well, I don't know.
Would we be able to use our researcher background to determine
That's-
where we could go to try to learn something like this? I think both of us have it, so.
Yeah, we
We
do.
don't know of anywhere else around here that would even have information other than Red Larch, which you abandoned.
Hey, we didn't abandon. Hey, easy with your
abandon
words,
is a
man.
strong word. Yeah, I know. I mean,
Well, in this case, it is abandoned because you left it. Whether you left it to some heinous reason or whatnot doesn't change the fact that you did indeed leave the location.
well, abandon is the word that we're taking offense to.
All right, you can take offense all you want. I don't care.
All right.
Why? I just don't care.
All right, give I don't give a crap about the mask. So I'm going to say
Really?
that I you know, I don't really sense. Do I sense? Okay, what?
Put it on.
You want me to put this mask that was on that dead guy on my face?
Yep.
Have you been drinking?
All right, if he won't, I will. All right, I'll put this mask on.
Good. All right, I'll give it to Cro-Magnus.
Okay. Great.
And now come back to
Cro-Mag-
wear the mask.
All right, as I put on the mask, I go, "Whoa!" I'm trying to scare the shit out of Aridin. It's just a mask, man. Relax. And I'm like, all right, I'll just put it in my backpack if that's all right with everyone. Ready to continue on
Yes.
after we put the bodies back in?
Sure.
So you are going to spend the probably extra half hour to an hour to reinter the bodies?
Actually, no, fuck that. We dug them out. Leave them there. We out.
Wait. You're not going to
That's
put him back?
disrespectful.
Yeah, we got to leave the axes here. I can't sell them so I can spend more nights in inns, but you're going to leave the bodies out? Oh, Mac, what the fuck is wrong with you?
Fuck the
I would-
bodies.
Say a prayer to our gods and ask them for forgiveness for desecrating these graves and playing with their dead. And I would pitch in to help throw rocks back in. My spider's gonna use all 8 of her legs to kick rocks back into the graves.
So the spider's kicking pebbles about the size of your finger in and participating wholeheartedly in the fun of pouncing the pebbles after kicking them. Great days, fun to be had for everyone. You rebury the bodies. Takes you about an hour to get them all buried to a reasonable manner. Well, actually, let me, before I say that, do you just wish to recover them in rocks or do you wish to actually bury them?
Well, there was the dirt nearby, right?
Yeah, all the dirt is there. They, for whatever reason, which you, I mean, it's up to you to choose how you want to assess that. For whatever reason, they dug the graves and then just covered them with rock, not back with the dirt.
Would the rocks be quicker to cover than the dirt? Is that the?
Yes.
They would. They'd be quicker. That's why I suggested rocks. But kick rocks.
Well, I mean, rocks, earth, it's the same type of thing. But it's earth either way, so I'm fine with the rocks unless somebody has an objection.
Okay, so you can spend a half hour to rebury those 4 graves with rocks just by basically kicking the rocks back over the holes. And did you wish to do anything with the 5 bodies of the bandit-looking folks. You don't know what they are. I keep calling them bandits, but you have no reason to assume they're anything bad. It's just their attire is that general type of light armor, short bow, short sword type thing.
Were any of the holes big enough to throw these bodies into?
No, you couldn't have even fit a body into any of the holes.
A body into the.
Like
Then
you
we
couldn't
put-
have fit an extra body
Oh.
back into them.
Okay. I'm fine moving on. What do you guys want to do? Should we burn the bodies? I mean, that's at least reasonable, right?
Isn't that gonna set the forest on fire?
Well, is it a rocky area or is it a foresty area?
It's not a foresty area, but though it's not an overly rocky area, that's not. I mean, there is grass and such here. It's not like you're just in a mountainous type situation. But you feel fairly confident that short of, the wind picking up and blowing some sparks, it would probably be okay. But, you are on a hill, so an unpredictable wind could wreak havoc. Now, you could choose to burn the bodies in like a gully, in between the hills, which would pretty much negate any possibility that you'd have to just clear out the area immediately around it so you didn't catch the grass on fire.
I think we should just move on. I don't know what the rest. Tired of playing with bodies or watching you play with bodies.
Yep.
Whoa. Alrighty then, Astrid. I guess we're moving on.
Oh, I mean, I'm not trying to sound mean. I just, I stood here the whole time watching you play with bodies and throw a dirty, bloody mask at each other, and, I don't know. It didn't really lead to anything, so and it's gonna get
So
dark.
by moving on, how do you assess that? Is this a move on as in track what left? Is it a move on as in head north towards the Feathergale Spire, or is it a move on as in head west back to Large Path and then up towards Feathergale Spire?
I am going to ask, even though I'm a cranky ranger today, if what my remaining party wants to do as far as that. I'm just a ranger at their services, and whatever they want, I will do.
Well, can you get us to that spire? Do you think you could make our way through here, quickly? Or do we need to backtrack? Because if you can, get us
So
through
nobody's
here.
Is anybody interested in following these tracks? What caused this, or we just don't really? Nobody has interest in that.
Oh, wait, which direction was that again? I'm sorry.
It sounds like it's not too far out of our way, possibly. Like it's north. Was it northeast versus northeast? I mean,
Is that right, Johnny? Sorry.
Yeah, that's essentially correct. It's more east by northeast, and then the other is pretty much straight northeast. But you don't know how far they go is the consideration.
oh, why don't we try for a little ways, and then I mean, we got a ranger, so she should be able to lead us back to where where we'd run into a large path by checking a map and
But
using basic navigation. I mean, we got to take advantage of our ranger.
but if we can see this thing here now, right, and we're at the top of this hill, I'm assuming that this elevation isn't, again, a little meta here. We'd be able to get to the top of a tree and be able to find our way pretty easily, since this thing seems to be on top of some hill, right? Is that something I could reasonably
Well,
deduce?
there are hills all over here that go up and down, so I mean, you'd be able to see some bit of distance to the top of the next hill, but you couldn't see, what's down on the other side of the hill.
No, what I'm saying is, like, as we continue to travel along, would we be able to go check this thing out, and then would Asher be able to go up a tree and still see the direction of this big spire thing? Because I'm assuming it's higher elevated than everything else.
I'll climb a tree if it helps.
Well, we don't need it now. I'm saying once
Astrid
we...
is pretty good at what she does. She would not need to keep an eye on this spire. She knows how to get back there.
Cool. So let's go find out where this crap goes. Then is there evidence? Might as well walk for a little bit. And it's not like Asher
It's not
here.
like it's in the opposite direction or anything. I mean,
Yeah.
Yep, we'll lead you guys to where you want to go. Just hold hands with my.
what time of day is it? After doing all
You've
this
hit up
digging
a
and
little
crap.
afternoon now.
Oh, so
3 p.m. range.
PM. Well, I guess we could try following it for a little bit, right?
How long do you want to follow?
Probably until dusk. Does that make sense with everyone? I mean,
Yeah.
All right, you
So-
follow it for about 6 hours. And what do you want to do?
I'd say we set up camp. I mean, I don't know what else we can do at this point. I mean, I think going on is really in our favor. The dark, right? I mean,
Yeah.
we're not really a stealthy party,
I
so
don't have night vision, so.
Might as well make camp.
All right, you set up camp. So Ragnath, you spent the entire day traveling up the path. You have made it most of the way to Feathergale Spire. You still have the map up of the Desarian Valley, right?
Yeah.
Yes, sir, I do.
So right here is the path that comes down to the spire. So you've made it to that path entrance.
Okay.
You don't know for sure how much longer it would take. So you could travel into the night if you wish and see if you can make it, or you could make camp here along the roadside and then attempt to make it tomorrow.
No, I'll continue on.
Okay, you travel on into the night. At about 2 in the morning, you get to the point where you can see the spire in the distance. It's highlighted against the sky, so you can definitely tell it is there.
Okay. How much further is it?
You're probably only about 100 feet away at this point. This is about as far as you can go before you're in range to be seen.
I'm gonna continue on. I'm not really too worried about being seen because Greg did fly further along and mark our arrival, or my arrival, anyway.
All right, you walk on up to the gate. And there's a gap of, let me read it to you. A gap of 20 feet separates the ledge where the path ends from the closure drawbridge on Feathergale Spire. The space between the cliff's edge and the gatehouse drops several hundred feet to the bottom of the canyon. Near the edge, a small brass bell hangs from a wooden post.
Okay. I'm gonna call out, "Hello there."
And then an
it's
arrow
a-
sails silently through the dark.
It's a few moments later, you hear someone call back. It's probably about a minute total. Who goes there?
My name is Ragnath. I do believe that Greg marked my arrival before I came.
There's a little bit of talking back and forth, and then you hear the familiar voice of Greg come forward and say, yes, my friend, come. And the drawbridge slams across so that you can choose to go across it.
All right. Yeah. I go in.
All right, you are greeted there by Greg, who says he is happy you made it, and he kind of looks around. And he's like, where's the rest of your companions?
They're just off investigating the bodies, making sure that nothing would rise up or anything evil was lingering there. I decided to continue on, making sure that the path ahead was safe.
He just kind of gives a nod, and he says, okay. He says, well, welcome. It's quite late. Would you like to take a rest and to meet with the Lord in the morning? He has already retired for the night.
Yes, please. A rest sounds quite nice, actually.
All right, so you come into the ground floor, which is actually not the bottom level. It is the second level. As you're walking up to it, you can see there's some torches below that light up a bit, and you can kind of make out, not real well, but you can kind of make out that there is holes in the bottom of the spire, cave entrances, maybe some type, that kind of thing. There's kind of like holes, and inside that you can see a movement of feathered creatures, so you can kind of deduce this may be where they stable the giant vultures down there.
The aviary.
And then on the level you're on, see if I have a picture. Let me read you the description first. As you walk into the front hall, the entrance is a 30-foot long hall of white stone. At the opposite end of the hall are two 12-foot tall doors like those that were on the gate that you came through. They were already open for you, so you didn't really pay much mind to them. But an eagle carved from a massive timber hangs from the far side of the ceiling, suspended on two strong chains. Slender wings of steel sweep close to its sides. Its head is also fashioned of steel. And I could swear there was a picture here somewhere.
Cool. If you can't find the picture, don't worry about it right now.
Yeah, I do not see it. So they lead you up another set of stairs into... Actually, lead you up two set of stairs to the dormitory. In here, there are a number of rooms around. You see a number of people dressed like Greg is coming and going. Most of them are in bed, so you don't see a lot of them, but you can tell, there's still people on watch at all times. So the tower is pretty heavily patrolled. You also see a couple of people who are dressed in robes or lighter armor, and you could deduce they probably are more adept spellcasters than Greg is. If you recall, he is a spellcaster of some type since he was shooting little bolts of ice. But some of them look like, by their attire, they may be priests or mages of some type.
Mhm.
And then he leads you to a room, and he says, okay, this will be your room for the night. If you need anything, don't hesitate to ask. But I do have to ask that you do not leave your room until tomorrow.
I completely understand, and with that, I'll shake his hand and clap him on the shoulder real quick. A gesture of gratitude, and head inside.
And actually, here's the map. Let me mask it, and then I will unmask the parts that you've been able to see.
Bad sign.
All right, so this one,
I
the
don't
ground.
see it.
Oh, actually, I guess I do have to share it. Huh? So the ground level is the first floor. That's, as you see the drawbridge there, that's where you first entered into. And then that center section there is the stairs. He took you up those stairs, so it was actually only one floor. He took you up to the second level,
Uh-huh.
and that is where you are currently at.
Which room am I in?
You are in the bottom one.
Okay.
Okay, and so he settles you in for the night. You do not hear your door lock as he leaves, so there at least seems to be some bit of trust there, or something, but he does not lock the door as he goes, though again he did ask that you not leave your room.
Right. His wishes will be completely respected.
So it's up to you at this point. You can either choose to take a long rest, which will have you getting up somewhere around noon, or you can go without the rest, take a level of exhaustion, and get up at whatever time you would like.
Do I have to take a long rest in order to avoid the exhaustion?
Well, you have to spend the time. You don't have to sleep. You have to spend that 8-hour window,
Okay.
which is what would put you at about noon. So you can, it's up to you how you go with it, but if you choose not to be up around noon, you will have that level of exhaustion.
It's good.
That would be a good thing if I did rest.
I don't like the party
I'm
split,
gonna go ahead and
but
take the long rest.
Okay, so you will be sleeping until noon. The other group who is now taking a camp for the night, are you going to set up watches? If so, what's your rotation?
Mac will take first.
I'm fine taking second if you guys want. I don't.
I'll be last.
I can take.
And
Sorry,
no, go ahead.
I was just gonna say I can take first and last. So more people can
Okay,
sleep.
and
right?
what are the two of you? Well, multiple of you, but there's going to be a time frame where two of you are on watch that do not have dark vision. What are you doing for light?
I will use one of my torches. Let me put my inventory here.
Don't we already have a campfire set up?
Yeah. Wait. Yeah.
You do indeed.
Well,
Well, it's up to you. I mean, you can indeed.
Well.
I mean, just as a reminder for, I mean, especially for you, Astrid, since you're actually for you and Ilmac both, since y'all are in some regard or other veterans, you would know well enough that creating a campfire out in the middle of the open would alert anything at least within a mile radius that you're here.
Right. With Ilmax on watch, he's just gonna have a couple of torches ready to be lit, um, like just on standby, like propped up by the kind of close by the fire.
So y'all will be employing a fire?
Yeah, he will be employing the use of torches.
No, not the torches. That's not what I'm asking about. You will be using a fire.
Wait, you guys said that if we had a fire, everybody, like people from very far, like you'd be able to see it pretty far away, right?
With everybody within a mile will be able to see.
Nope.
Yeah.
Nope.
I thought we had one running, but I don't think we're even going to use torches unless needed, correct?
I mean, I could cast a light, so if you just give me a little shake, I think I can roll over, cast light on your whatever, and then go back to sleep.
On anything? Sure.
That would be pretty fucking alerting.
Well, I mean, light, you could keep it so you could count it so that it's just nearby.
Oh, okay, cool.
The light spell would definitely be less noticeable for no other reason because there wouldn't be any smoke, but it would certainly be readily seeable by people on a higher elevation.
Well, you could keep it covered unless you hear something if you want. I mean,
Hold on. Wait. You just reminded me. Where the fuck is my... Shit. Didn't I get an orb? Where the hell is my orb?
You're talking about the drift globe?
Yeah, man. We're gonna use
It's right there in your inventory.
Yeah, let's can we use that? Put a little I don't know, put some stuff over it so it's not so bright, but it would we'd be able to use that for a little bit of light, yeah?
Well, it's essentially the same thing as using the light. It's actually exactly the same thing as using the light spell. So you certainly can use it, but it will be the same situation.
Well, can we put it a couple inches off the ground and then try to...
Well, then I'll tell you what. Why don't we? What time is it now?
Y'all are reaching about 10 o'clock at night. It got fully dark at 9, so.
So there's no way to have the light spell and...
well, the light spell only things from higher elevation gets, right? So I'd say that's fine. At least it's not like the smoke.
All right, so the best I can, I'm going to try and find... what I'm trying to do is put it in a bush, put it up against a tree, whatever I can to kind of dim it so that it's close enough to us that we can see, around our stuff, but that it's not massively illuminating to anyone else as best as I can. Will you give me something like that?
Just use a blanket.
Put a
Well,
blanket?
yeah, I mean, again, you can cover to limit the light however you want, but if there is light, something above you will 100% be able to see it from a very long distance. Now, if that means there's anything to see it or not, you don't know.
Yeah.
But, you do at least know there are some flying creatures around here since you've seen the giant vultures. And there are hills at a higher elevation than you currently are. So there could also be things up there you don't know. But if it's something is looking down, if there is light, it's going to be able to see it.
All right, what do you guys think? I'm cool with throwing a blanket over it. That way you don't have to keep waking up. I don't know if that changes anything, but just have the drift globe with a blanket over it. So we got a little bit of light.
By me.
right.
Sounds good to me.
So that's what we'll do.
All right, and that puts us at 5 o'clock. So that is where we will end the session. Will the party be eaten, or will they finish a long rest? Who knows?
Well, we're ready to scrap, that's for sure.
Dun, dun, dun,
You do indeed
Alright.
have full resources.
I will.
GG, guys.
I'll be right back. All right, guys. That was episode. What is it? 5 now. Princes of the Apocalypse campaign. This is on Fantasy Grounds. Thanks for being here. Thanks for hanging out. I hope you had a good time with the story. Had some crazy things happen today, and we are now making our way. The party is split. Always uncomfortable, but we'll see what happens with that here in the future. Part of us are walking through the woods. Others have made it to our destination. And we will see what happens in this story. Does Red Larch get eaten? Or do we return eventually back in the future? Thanks for being here. Thanks for hanging out. And I will see you next time. Good night, everybody.